Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome to what has a very good chance of being our finale. I mean, it'll be pretty awkward if it's not our finale today, as you know, the stream title says finale. Discord post said finale. You know, Fugi and Andrew are gonna hop on early so we could like finale everything. I believe it's gonna be the finale. This has been an absolute incredible playthrough, by the way. Just as the saddest finale. Yes, that is what we'll call it. This has been so much fun. And honestly, this would not have been the same without Fugi and Andrew joining me this whole time. So today's plan, on top of completing everything, is... So the way... I need to take a step back. The way Fugi planned everything out, the final milestones are going to take 2 hours to complete, which is honestly pretty important. It's also very funny in a factory game to be like, great, we finished the last thing, and now we wait. Because you have to wait for it to be built, right? So we're gonna work to get the final factory stuff done. And then while... Wait, what do you mean, fix it tip number 40, rude. And while we're waiting for all of that to happen, what we're going to do is we're going to do a little retro. We're going to do a little world tour. Fuji's actually prepared some documents for me to show off. Love documents. We've got stats. We've got a world map. Oh my God. It's all perfect. Hey, what's an Unknown Friday? Thank you so much for the 72 months. Alrighty. So that one points that way. Here's all our tubes, by the way. Our fast travel tubes. What's the easiest way for me to get home from here? Yeet! Can I get to the space elevator from here? Oh my God, I can. Just gonna bend it, you know? Like one does. Oh, foggy. Wow, big foggy. Oh, never mind. None foggy. No, foggy again? Okay, hold on. Skirt, 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 skirt. Perfect landing. Good morning, Fry. Biochemical sculptor. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5. So I'm just going to start putting some stuff over here as we have to wait for the pocket dimension to refill. And then speaking of which, I should have radio control units done. Nice. A 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5. So just getting some busy work done. Skabow. All right, all we have to make is the superposition oscillator. And then that last one will be done. Yeah. Good morning, friends. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Finishing. Why flicker? Why flicker? Stop flicker. Getting this playthrough done just in time for my computer to die. All right, there you go. We threw 500 in. Oh, right. I remember. I was going to say maybe we aren't all that close to finishing it, but then I remembered that Andrew... Is this one face where I want to go? Yes. Andrew actually created a giant, like, overflow. Floomp. I was maybe a little bit over-eager in removing the... removing the extra doors for this one. I feel like we could have maybe gotten a little bit further. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Did I not get the orb that's like right here? Let's find out. Oh, jeez. started getting X-ray flicker yesterday. Might be a weird bug, like the walls and stuff are flickering. Oh, we had a weird wall flicker bug at some point as well. I did get that one. Oh, wait. No. Chat, they're not supposed to respawn at a powered building. What is this? They're hacking. That's supposed to be safe. That's why we built down here. Devastating. Good morning, Meaningless Meg. So anyways, this should be... Yeah, oh, okay. I was going to say... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This should be completely full of these final space parts that we need. And the answer is, it is. Can you believe that they're hacking? Unbelievable. In my video game, my turbo fuel power plant, 160 fuel generators. So there was a graphical settings that we changed on Durastrix. You'd have to ask Fugi for exactly which one it was. But we had some weird, like... wall tearing asset thing happening. I don't remember. I really want to watch a stream, but also don't want to be spoiled on how the game ends for your own playthrough. I mean, fair. Legit. Yeah! Floom. Nice. Look at it. I mean, honestly, that big square railroad in that area is kind of cool. You know? Boo! All right. Number 2. Done. All right. For my next trick, I want to head into an area. I think this area is pretty well scouted here. I'm going to go into this area, and we're going to see if we can't get a couple more cool S's just as we do our little send-off. So it is early in the morning. Fugi and Andrew are not morning people, but they have agreed to hop on a little bit early so that we can complete this together, which I'm very much appreciative of. But we got a little bit of time. Oops, I'm going to need, what are these called? Inhalers. We've got a little bit of time to hunt for some stuff. So I'm going to do that. Apparently, we've only found half of the cool S's in the world. Shocking, I know. A serious moose. What's up, friend? Thank you very much for the 12 months. That is a butterbean, which is just an absolutely incredible milestone. Thank you so much. Whoa, moose. Moose with the 5 bomb. Thank you, thank you. Wait. How did it vanish? Also, what is this egg? To celebrate the new bean, you gifted 5 subs. Thank you. I was following a signal there, right? And then the signal just went away? Did I imagine that? Like, it definitely had a number on it, right? What the? Hello? It went away as I gained altitude, but then I went back to where I was, which was down here, and now it's just gone, right? Like we were following it from here. So I think something that may have happened, and this is something that's been getting me a lot on the server, is I'll be looking in the distance, right? And I'll be like, oh, right there, like there's an orb, and I'll go towards it, and the game will remember where orbs are, but it won't remember that we grabbed it. And so what I'm worried is happening, I think this is directly beneath us. What I'm worried is happening is that maybe it found one that, like a historic one, and then the game was like, oh wait, no, you already grabbed that one. Never mind, haha, and then took it away. Bet you there's a cave around here somewhere. Oh, I was like, what's that noise? There we are. All right, where are the cave at? There is no cave. Ow. Ow! Jeez. Alright. This hog has none chill. Very good. Very good, Rotato. Alright, let's go back to you. I mean, you still want me to go in this direction. I respect that. But where do I go from here? Up? That just makes... But up make no sense. What does this mean? Because I was here and there was no cave. I can't go down, which means I have to go up. The underside of the mushroom glows blue. Very pretty. Mm. Thank you. I designed it that way. That's not true. Maybe that is supposed to be like a bomb rock? I don't know. Oops. Oops. Ah! Like that rock kind of looks out of place, but like... I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. Alright, you know what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to give up on the orb and we're supposed to find a cool S. Let's go find a cool S instead. Orb is dead to me. Alright. Oh wait, see, those are bees. We don't care about bees. Oh, wait, maybe that's where the orb is. Behind the waterfall. How y'all doing this morning, by the way, friends? Are you good? Are you chilling? Are you partying like rock stars? Ow! Oh, there's more bees. I see. I'm very good at this game. It looks like behind this quartz there's a slug. Very tired. I've been struggling a little bit with my sleep lately. Ooh, I can go right on in. That's kind of cool. Started work early so you can dip early so you can go to your partner's place. I mean, that's legit. I've been struggling with my sleep as of late. So what I've been trying to do instead of just, you know, being up and feeling restless is I've been trying to get some like late night workouts in, which has been feeling pretty good. I did a good stretch last night, but now everything hurts and I'm tired. Getting some vaccines, so hopefully it'll be fine for Vegas. I somehow really screwed up my timing. It was probably due to the move. So I got my last COVID boosty in June. So even though there's like new ones that are coming out in October, I'm supposed to wait 6 months, which means technically I'm covered, but I feel weird that I don't have like the most up to date. But yeah, I'm gonna get a flu shot sometime this week, so that'll be good. Decent morning. Got a therapist appointment later today. Nice. Good reminder to get your flu shot. One of the things that I used to always use as a reminder for my flu shot was Desert Bus. But yeah, before going to a major convention, seems like a pretty good time as well, you know? Before going to, you know, the largest magic event of the year. Being in a small room with 20,000 of my closest friends. Not a cool S in sight. Oh, hello. Wait, a cool S is in sight. You think it's up or down? Down. Definitely down. Ooh, there's an orb here too. Hello, orb. Don't mind if I do. Alright, I should probably deal with this. Do I know what the cool S is? We were talking about it the other day. The cool S is sort of a... Oh, it's Surge. Oh, shucks. I thought that was a legitimate question, not a setup. Dang, I got chat. 1 S, y'all. We got 1 cool S. Sorry, that's an orb. I feel like this is in a cave. I feel like it's always in a cave. Hey, a slug. It'd be rude not to. Hey, another random slug. Oh, they're everywhere. Aha! Wait. Aha! I told you, underground. Wait. This doesn't look underground at all. Maybe it's up? Is it getting stronger as we go up? Can't tell. Let's go further up. Yes, it is up. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong before when I said it was down. It is obviously up. Hey, what's up, Cat Geist? How you doing? Thank you very, very, very much for the 38 months. I feel like I'm never going to get better movement than I've had. With that, like, ladder straight up and then drop a platform under me while I'm jetpacking through the air. Feeling like a gamer? Okay, well, if it's up here, how have I missed it? Because, like, look at this. Oh my goodness, it is, but, okay. So it was up from where I was, but it's below me here. Okay. Okay. This is fine. Hard to get to. I understand. Yeah. Cool zoop surge. Doing a very good job of zooping. There we go. All right. Why is this one so challenging? Oh. Okay, so it is... Where is it? It is above? Chat, I'm so confused. Is there a middle layer somewhere? I mean, there must be, obviously. Because if I go under, I can't get there. And if I go from above... I wish I had the ability to just dig a hole. Maybe there is a cave here. Maybe this way? I can't believe how much time I've invested in trying to find this one egg. Hello. Behind the waterfall. Ooh. Lamina might have just earned themselves a brownie point here. Oh my goodness. Lamina! Lamina! at that. Secrets within secrets. There's a bunch in this area that are a huge pain to find. I mean, this sort of weird secret cave behind a waterfall underneath a plateau is really quite something. Hello, Slug. If that is your real name. Pardon me. I mean, that one beam of light, this is very pretty. No. Stupid. Oh, delightful. It's stuck in the floor. I mean, that's very funny to me. The, like, one perfect beam of light coming through. You're like, sure. You know what? Why not? I'm going to call that the most extra hidden S we've ever seen. Sometimes they're just, like, on a grassy knoll in the middle of nowhere. And this one's got me doing, like, parkour and fighting giant spiders and everything. Man. Anyways, behind the waterfall. Always check behind the waterfall. Boop. Hiya. To be fair, there's like 7 waterfalls here too. I had to check each one. All right. Another orb beneath me. Yeah, the issue with the highly vertical areas is there's a lot of hiding places for things. All right, let's just keep going in a straight line then. See if we can find our next cool S. The orbs I'm not going to worry about as much. Is that double rad knees? Oh my god, it sure is. Or like double catch me if you can. Alright, the bees. The bees we want to avoid aggroing if we can. Hey, look, a slug. Hey, good morning, Triple. Oof. It's got bopped. All right, orb. Oh, orb right there. Another Radney? Man. Oh, we're right by the fidget spinner. Huh. Excuse me? Goodbye! Oh, man. All right. Just YOLO'd itself. Sure did. You know what? I got a feeling it's down where the stinky is. Watching it eat itself off the cliff was incredible. Game of skill. That's all I can say. You know what? You're right. If we had added like Team Rocket music to that, that'd have been pretty good as well. All right, I got a feeling there's a cave around here somewhere. So let's clear out the old... Wait, it didn't die? Or do you think there was a second one? I don't actually remember. There was just a second one? Oh. So you're saying it's my fault I got hit. Fascinating. We have a Fugi. Oh my god.
I'll have you know, I actually clocked in exactly at 8:30. I just didn't say anything.
Oh, good morning, friend.
Good morning.
I know mornings are not your ideal time, but I appreciate you hopping on a little early. Oh no. Oh, I found Radney and I also found the orb. I was trying to find more cool S's to sort of like, I don't know, look around and explore stuff. And I ended up maybe a little bit of a sunk cost. Like there was one that I was right beside and I just couldn't find for an extremely long time. And as such, I haven't found a lot this morning.
Did you have fun?
I kind of did, yeah. Turns out it was hiding behind a waterfall. Classic gamer moment, you know?
That's always fun. Love going behind a waterfall and finding treasure.
Yeah. It even had an antechamber. It was like you had to parkour through a waterfall. And then there's like this secret room. And then inside of that secret room, I love how I was just on my way back and I just found another orb. And inside that secret room, there was a bomb wall that was then guarded by multiple bees and spiders. And then like in a perfect beam of light, it was very dramatic. In a perfect beam of light, there was the cool S. I was just like, this was a lot of setup for this, you know?
Yeah? I mean, that's fun. That's exciting.
That's gaming, baby. I don't know.
That's what the gamers crave, you know.
Ooh.
Doing like 5 esoteric actions for 1 reward.
Oh, yeah. Please give me multiple quest dependencies for any payoff. Yeah, the desert feels like, well, so I think the desert feels like it has a lot of stuff. A, because it's a starting area, and I feel all of these starting areas are just rich in resources. But also, I think the desert, because it is so flat, makes it a lot easier to spot things as well.
I think you've also just been there less. Like, I feel like when you go exploring, you've explored most of the map at this point, but I think the desert was one of the few places you hadn't really combed through previously.
Oh, interesting. Andrew had experimented with some, like, arms. Some support arms. Oh, they look really cool.
Yeah.
All right, how I get up? I think I get up like this. Do I have a favorite tier? I have a least favorite tier.
Yeah?
Yeah, a steel. Felt like steel took forever.
What do you mean by that?
Sorry, I just love all this brutalist architecture in this room here, and there's out of the middle of nowhere, there's this one off-center power pole. It's just fascinating. I mean, this is going to get a little bit redundant with some of the stuff that I want to talk about in the retro, but it was very funny how much work there was in the mid-game for us. And then after that was done, how easy everything else felt afterwards. But I feel like, I don't know, that dips its toes in the conversations about like velocity in video games, which happens in a lot of the genres that I play.
Yeah, that's fair. I definitely have many thoughts and things to say about the statements you have just made, and I will do it later.
All right. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a Chivo I haven't got yet, and that is to ride the space moth. Can I get there in time? I don't know if I'm going to make it.
I think you're going to make it.
No.
I believe in you. I believe in you. You got this. You win these. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. It definitely looked a lot closer when you were falling. I was like, oh, that's pretty close to the ground. Maybe you could just hover back up to it, and then you land on the ground. I'm like, perspective is one.
No, I'm chasing it down. I'm chasing it down. I got this. I got this. No. No, come back. Come back. God. I'm so sad.
Wild how much control over your velocity you have.
So the issue is it was going down, which made my math off. I let it, you know what I mean? Like I gave it some front thing, and then if it had stayed at the same height, I think I would have nailed that. But specifically because it changed height.
That was more of a statement of like, you went through a hypertube cannon and then immediately stopped your forward momentum, and that was surprising to me that you could do that.
Good morning, Andrew. They're warming up.
Hello. Hello. I did change my mic settings as per usual.
No worries. All right. I will meet you two at the final factory.
The final factory.
Final Factory 14. With a play free for now, up to level 70 with the award-winning expansion Heaven's Ward.
Play free for until tier 4 with award-winning expansion 1.0.
Enjoy our award-winning Ada expansion. Yeah. All right. So I have arrived, and I forgot that we just definitely slapped down a lot of machines. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
All of that
just
is
delete them
subject
all.
to change. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like explicitly not be placing these machines here. These machines were not placed with any
thought or care. No, that's what I mean, though. It's just like, our beautiful.
Like, should we just start by deleting them?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if there was anything people were like holding on to these for.
No, I mean, we mostly just wanted to make sure we had room, and we absolutely had room. Okay, well, let's get everybody. Are we all out here? Where's everybody?
We're here.
All right.
I'm launching out of another cannon. I'll be right there.
Let's do a quick stand-up. Let's talk about our goals. I don't know if people noticed it, but on the right-hand side here, we have our to-do list, which is win video game.
Yeah, I just wanted to keep everyone on task, you know.
No, good. I mean, it's important, right? We have a system. We need to respect that system, even if it's towards the end here, right? All right, where is everybody? I see Andrew on the ground. I'm gonna come join Andrew.
I'm above you.
It's called stand up, not float up. Where are? Oh, jeez. He's a wizard. You shiver every time you hear "Let's do a stand up." Hey, it's important. Look, we all make fun of these processes, but they're processes because they work. We're almost done. Which is,
We did it.
yeah, which is very cool. And I always have a hard time approaching the end of a video game. You know, you have to take a bunch of complicated feelings and wrap them all up together. So we have one last push of factory, and it's kind of simultaneously going to unlock the last thing that we need for spatial energy regulation and the last two complete phase 5 things, which is weird, right? There's no like sequential way to do this. It's kind of, we just build this one thing and it produces everything we need all at once, and then we have countdown to completion. Is that correct?
Yes. Sounds pretty correct.
Yeah. And then while we wait, and then Fugi designed everything so that phase 5 will be done within 2 hours of the machine being finished. I figure at that time we can sort of dive into our thoughts and feelings on the 1.0 and also what it means to play a factory game with friends. And then maybe also do a little bit of a world tour.
Sounds fun.
And then, I mean, we had the idea of maybe some stretch goals and stuff too if we wanted to, but like, let's keep the scope low. And if we want to do bonus stuff after, we've always got time to, right? Well, then with no further ado, let's jump on into it. And Fugi, if you kind of want to project manage and be like, this is the building you want, and then Andrew and I can place them, kind of like figure out where we want those things to go.
Yeah, so let's think this through for a hot second. I think we can start with, we need 2 converters. We need 1 converter and 1 converter. Let me
Sure.
be clear with my words, like,
And what are their inputs?
One of them has the input of reanimated Sam, which I think is back there somewhere. So that'll probably just need to get. I don't think you're gonna find like a great way to get that.
So reanimated Sam is this one, is that correct?
The constructors over there are making reanimated Sam.
Oh, just the little guy.
Yeah, but it's already flowing.
Yeah.
All that back line is using reanimated Sam.
Yeah. So it goes underground, right? So it could honestly, if it's just one thing, yeah, I kind of like where Andrew's hovering.
And to be clear, it's going to be making a fluid.
Solid in, fluid out.
Yep.
Cursed.
It's going to be producing dark matter residue.
And then what is that? Is this all going to be one big chain afterwards?
No. It's going to be kind of weird. Do you want me to talk through the whole thing?
Yeah, that we can have an idea of what we're looking for.
Okay. So there's the converter I just mentioned turns reanimated Sam into dark matter residue.
Okay.
There'll be another converter which will then overclock, just for making things easy.
Yep.
That will be making excited photonic matter. And then there will be a particle accelerator that takes in time crystal and dark matter residue and makes dark matter crystal. That dark matter crystal gets used by basically everything. Or actually I don't know if it gets used by everything. Sorry. Let me rephrase. There will be a particle accelerator. It takes in time crystal, dark matter residue, produces dark matter crystal, which is used by several things. But most importantly, the next 3 things are 3 different quantum encoders that all also produce dark matter residue. So the big challenge of this setup is you'll have 3 machines making dark matter residue as a byproduct that needs to get merged with the dark matter residue that this converter produces, fed into the particle accelerator.
So here's my suggestion. Kind of near where Andrew placed the building there, we do like converter into the first particle accelerator. And then we take all of the dark matter and we just run it this way and then collect it into the final thing on that side.
Sorry, can you run that through me?
So
Run
we
that
do
again?
converter into the particle accelerator, which is the first dark matter producer. And then we take all of the dark matter producers and we run them east to west. So like dark matter producers, and they're all big, right? They go this way. And then all of our dark matter producers run east to west, and our byproduct of dark matter is flowing towards the west where we consume it at the end. Because you said we need to take all that dark matter and merge it into one thing and then consume it at the end, right?
Yeah. So the second converter that's producing excited photonic matter gets fed into those 3 quantum encoders and doesn't actually have anything to do directly with the dark matter stuff.
I mean, that works too then, because then its output can also run east to west.
Yeah.
So we just want that.
I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
it's not running one converter into a
Sure. But that would be my idea. So if I'm happy to do like the underground plug and play, and so yeah, I think the one thing also, if you have to fly in time crystals, I like the idea of doing another raised platform sort of around here, like we did for the other.
Just to be clear, we're going to be flying in a lot of stuff.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I thought the only import we had was that one. So yeah, if we put it over on this side, or we can even extend it slightly, we could have like all of our drones out this way just to give a bit more space.
Yeah. Then yeah, I think maybe we can start by putting. Why is more foundation?
I don't know. I thought, extend this out a little bit further, and this is where the drones can go. But yeah. All right, let's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you thinking putting the drones on the ground instead of elevated?
Well, no, they were going to be on the ground, but I just thought they'd be more out of the way. Oh, that's the wrong color. That's so upsetting.
Okay, like, do you want to maybe we put down the particle accelerator and kind of base everything on that then?
Sure.
Because I think we can just kind of slap things down and there's plenty of room.
Yeah. All right. Well, you lead with that particle accelerator, and we can start plugging stuff in. So where do you think that should go? I was going to say
somewhere in the
about
corner.
there. And then we have converter 1, converter 2, and a drone port. Is that correct?
1, 2, 3. Trying to line things up with a grid here. Somewhere around there? I don't know. And then there would be
One converter here-ish, right?
I honestly I think we place that converter later. I think we don't worry about that converter yet.
Okay.
Because it has no inputs. Like, that's the funny thing about the excited photonic matter.
It has no.
But we need to
inputs.
put 3 quantum encoders down somewhere, and it might.
And they collect this one's output, right?
Yeah, so they might be facing like this way. I don't know.
All right. Well, give me a second. Let's. So let's not line it up with the center mass of the building. Let's line it up with the output.
I'm more just trying to make sure there's plenty of space on either side.
Well,
Like,
if we want to
rather
put the
than
drones on the south side, I mean, we could put it up a little bit. I'm always a big fan of having the conveyor belt input also be in a clean line.
I mean, the biggest piece of feedback that you had given about previous factories is put a lot of space around each machine.
Yep, that's fair.
So The thing here
Right, if you push it back
is-
too far, then it butts into that one.
Well, like the most important input here is going to be merging all of the dark matter residue down. So like either way, it's not going to line up, right? They're just different size buildings.
That's fair.
There's no way to make this line
No,
up.
that's fair. That's fair.
So I'm just trying to leave like multiple blocks of
Sure.
space. And honestly, like if we start, I think we can place the buildings and then
And
if
then we can
don't
move
like
them
it, we'll
later.
just
Yeah,
move
it's
them.
not locked in. No, that's, yeah. I respect that. Maybe just a one space between that one. Move it a little closer.
You want it closer?
I think we could leave exactly one block. So if you nudge it a little bit to the east
Okay.
and just like mirror it on either side of that.
We'll give it more space. Serge Jaeger is now asking for less.
Well,
space.
no, I mean, look. It feels like in this
Want it
case,
on the record.
what I want more space from is like from very different, disparate things, and these feel like they're related, so they can go closer. Like a row of smelters doesn't have to have a ton of space between them.
These are definitely producing very different items, but you know what? We'll find out. We'll find out how it feels.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that looks
Learning
clean.
experience.
I think that needs to go one to the south.
Yeah, I need to get into nudge mode here.
Hmm.
There we go. I think that lines up.
No, you need to go south.
Oh wait, other way. Other way.
And then one, yeah, there you go. There you go. The coffee staying in the cup at this angle makes you a little bit queasy. It's perfect. I don't know what you're talking about. Look, coffee is magic, chat. We all acknowledge that coffee is magic, right?
Okie dokie. Let's stare at this graph for a second here and try to understand what all these inputs and outputs are.
Andrew, I know you already plugged in the input and the output, but where you place that building and the pole, your pole clips through the building.
Yeah. Guess I could move it.
Yeah, I think we could probably nudge that
Straightforward.
building a little bit. I like the pole position.
No problem.
Apologies.
Don't apologize, Serge.
Do you want to give it even more space?
So,
Yeah. All right. So how many drone ports did I start thinking about? And then roughly what are they plugging into, Fugi?
that's I'm trying to figure out if there's an optimal order for these quantum encoders, like what they need to be making. Oh, I guess one feeds into the other one. That's interesting. I guess we could do it in that order. No, let's be annoying about it.
I like the way you think. Coffee's magic. Have you had Vietnamese coffee? Oh yeah.
That feeds into that.
Weird little
and
drip
that.
thing.
Boop, boop, boop. There's so many lines. Oh Lord.
Yep. This stretch is going to have a lot of
There's a lot of spaghetti in every direction
messing
here.
about with belts. Yeah, a lot of things
Did I
crossing
close?
each
No,
other.
there it is. So, for people wondering what we're working on right now, this is the, like, you could see all these arrows flying into everything, right? So, we have to fly in alclad sheets. We have to fly in crystal oscillators. We have to...
Yeah.
So the first one, all right, I think the first one we want to do is going to be the neural quantum processor, right?
Yeah, so I think let's just lock some of this in here and be like, this one,
Yeah.
this first one is neural quantum
Yeah.
processor.
So I need to make 2 drone ports to fly this in. And this one has 4 inputs, is that correct? The excited photonic matter, the fixed site trigon, the supercomputers, and the time crystal?
Yeah, so you need, for this one, you need to fly in time crystal and supercomputer.
Yeah, and then we have the two drones there. So we're just going to ignore this particle accelerator for now. So what I'm going to do is right here, just kind of over top of this, I'm going to start working on drones if you and Andrew want to solve the other 2 inputs. So you...
One thing I'll say is when you're putting down the drone for time crystal, the time crystal also goes in the particle accelerator.
Sure. So I'll cheat I'll cheat that one to the left here. So if I were to, I mean, obviously, again, everything can move, but for starting point, if I were to put frames here and here, is that right in the way of where you were probably going to run conveyor belts, or do you think that's going to be okay?
We'll make it work.
Okay.
Yeah, we can always run stuff underground on the surface layer.
I'm going to go out this one extra row that I originally thought I was going to need.
We have a very capacious service layer in this build, so...
What's up?
Andrew, I think I left a lot of room around the particle accelerator because I think we're gonna have to do funny fluid things on the upper layer. I guess it could go back down and I don't know.
All right, one of the awkward things about you two joining 30 minutes in is we're just starting to get cooking and ads are about to run. So
if you subscribe now, you won't see ads. Subscribe to twitch.tv/SirgeJaeger.
My man. So yeah, let's not get too heavy cooking here. We can still do more planning out stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. There we go. Figured it out. All right. Stick around, friends. We're not going to do too much while the ads are running. Okay.
We could run the dark
Honestly,
matter underneath and then do the photonic, whatever the other fluid we could do on the surface here. Maybe.
I kind of want to do so.
Or do you want
the
to do
photonic? The photonic all feeds in this side, right?
Right.
So we could just put the converter over there or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Either there or in the corner.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I kind of just want to run the dark matter above ground.
All right. I'm
sure.
Leave this.
I think that would be because All
right. I'll be right back, you two.
We're gonna have so many conveyor belts that I feel like we want to have room below for the conveyor belts.
Sure.
I mean, if you feel differently,
No, as long as we pick one, I'm fine. So.
Do the thing where it just it comes out and it pops up or something. I don't know. Oh, you just want to run on the ground?
I mean, we could, right?
I mean, yeah, we could.
Give it priority over other stuff.
Yeah.
Or we can pop it up.
I mean,
But basically, it needs to be a big L shape, right? It runs out to here and then over to this machine.
Yeah, I think one thing is it's mostly just we have to like do some sort of funny pipeline thing to make sure the byproduct gets consumed first. That's about it.
Right. And so it might actually be useful to have it lifted if we're doing like a head lift reset or whatever. Does head lift matter because this is a gas?
No, I think we could do like a variable input junction, or we could just like have a valve or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I'm gonna wait
could
10
always just set
seconds, and I
this.
have to talk about something very sad.
Could always set the dark matter crystal thing to just consume more than we're producing.
Friends, I don't know how this happened, but my first build, I am off by some uncountable amount. I don't know, it's kind of weird.
By one?
It could be any number, Andrew. I don't know why you'd throw that number out in particular.
Well, you know, it's the first integer, so it's close at hand.
Interesting. Tell me more.
Well, there are what we call the real numbers, Serge.
Oh yeah. The
My
real
understanding
numbers.
is that those are cool and good. And then there are bad fake numbers
I feel
that don't have any integrity.
Dang. I feel like I made this one larger than it needed to be. Do I get rid of that? No. Why don't these line up pretty perfect?
But yeah, in terms of ways to solve this, what are the numbers involved?
Yeah, any positive integer between 0 and 2. Any at all. Just pick a number.
So it's 300 coming out of these machines as
well,
byproduct.
some of them are going to get overclocked too.
Right, so numbers
Some of them
up,
won't be running at 100%. Some will get overclocked.
and then we're like max overclocking this
No.
particle accelerator.
Well, yes, but it's the particle accelerator runs at 232%. But we'll just overclock to 250.
Yeah, because having this, so this will consume 375 per minute. It's our total consumption, which if we're overclocking other stuff, we might not even need the machine making dark matter residue. Because they're already making 300 now for byproduct.
We should need 60 a minute.
Okay,
Extra
cool.
dark matter residue.
So we might even want to like underclock this thing.
Yeah, I was thinking we just leave it at 100% and then like slap a valve down and like I think if we just have like a valve and maybe we put a buffer in between here and then we just manually fiddle with the valve until it works.
Yep. All right, so we got to fit a buffer in.
Like buffer, like I was just thinking like literally just like
Just like that.
something like
Oh, yeah,
something like
between-
this.
Yeah, that makes sense. Totally.
I think that's actually all.
All right, so Fugi, just
That's
like we
what I
had last time, I've got the drones up top, and I'm going to do time crystal, and that's going to be supercomputer. And these ones, these ones already have batteries, or does this also need to be fueled by the batteries that are coming in way over there?
Time crystal needs batteries. Supercomputers does not need batteries, I think.
Time crystal needs batteries. Supercomputer does not need batteries.
Anything
Correct.
that originates in the steel and computer factories will not need batteries.
I need to get batteries from here all the way to there. Can I suggest we make another drone that that just flies batteries across?
I think you can do that as long as it's set up in a specific manner.
I was kidding, but you know what?
You could just run the battery line down to the service layer and then over and up.
Ooh. All right, so the issue
that bad.
with that is... Yes. Yes.
The issue with that is that I set it, and therefore it is.
No. I mean, I want to use one of the splitters that's already here, but like if I go... Oh my god, it works. Hold on. Yo, look at this dirty elevator that I can pull off here.
Oh yeah, it just fits right in there.
And for this pipeline,
Oh my god. I love that. Like, I actually love that. Okay. So then the second one. Wait, you said the time crystal needs both. So this is time crystal. Okay. So that means I need an elevator here. So it's going to be one of those days, huh? Just going to be one of those days.
does this feel reasonable?
Yeah, I think so. We just put photonic on one side. It's never going to interfere with the other stuff.
Like the pipeline going through the middle and then the converter out here
Yeah, works
doesn't
for me.
doesn't feel weird or unbalanced or anything.
Nah.
Mostly worried from an aesthetic point, you know.
No, we got enough going on. It's not gonna stand out.
You're running power out there. Nice.
Joe cashing in another Inkslayer gift sub. Delightful. Thank you, sweetie. I think that works. One, two, three. Is that a straight line? Signs point to yes. All right.
I'm getting some real classic server bugs today.
Oh, things just like phasing in and out of existence everywhere you look.
Yeah, things not deleting properly and stuff. Yeah.
Nice. Love that.
Look, it only needs to hold on one more day. All right, server. You got this.
I don't know if they've... I haven't, like, seen it in the patch notes of them fixing it, but, like, I have, knock on wood, noticed a lot less of, like, oh, I delete something and it sticks around anyway.
Yeah,
Bugs and
I
stuff.
haven't seen that for a long time, but then just now it is happening. I've also been getting problems with the eyedropper part sampling. It just doesn't work.
Is that the middle mouse button?
Yeah, middle mouse button.
That's what I... Yeah, remember yesterday I was
having that
losing my mind. It feels like the shiny concrete platform that you chose just isn't supported. which is I do not understand why that would be.
It normally works. Like I've had it work.
I have it work
while
with
you were having that
everything
problem, it was
except for
working
that
for me the other
concrete.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's happened a lot where it's like one person will be having a problem and the others won't, and it's just very frustrating.
Yeah, weird little like desync issues and stuff. I mean, those are hard bugs to squash sometimes, and also very common
Yeah.
types of problems to encounter. So I get why it's happening. And I'm
I
sure it's
mean,
part of the-
speaking of weird problems, you should see the magic I'm having to go through to try and make this conveyor belt work. It is struggling. All right, so batteries are now being delivered up to the time crystal. And so does the time crystal already have a... Does the time crystal already have a drone built, or am I building it on this side?
I think you're building it on this side.
Okay. Andrew, could you do me a favor? Could you run
Yes.
power up to here?
To where?
Up
to
up to
those?
the
Yeah,
drone
yeah.
ports? Yeah.
I'll take care of that in a sec.
So this would be named... This would be named time crystal input. This is going to be named supercomputer input. Wait, the inputs are on that side.
Yep.
Surge's entire world comes crashing down.
Are y'all cool with me?
Here it comes. Here comes some real nonsense.
Going up, or you want me to go down? I could go down. No. I got it. Here comes some nonsense. Andrew, please. I am...
Surge about to say the most criminal thing imaginable. Hey, are you guys okay with...
No, let me finish my thought before, you immediately eviscerate me. Look, I thought it out. Sometimes it's called teddy bearing, right? Sometimes you need to say your idea out loud to the teddy bear at your desk.
Rubber ducking?
Yeah,
Sure.
I know that as rubber ducking, which I think is the superior animal in this case.
The rubber duck is
Yeah, well,
superior
I'm
to the
not-
teddy bear.
Yes.
Not getting into that fight.
Just kicking off some engagement bait in chat for Surge there.
Get in the comments.
All right, well, you're all wrong.
You'd
No.
say.
And here's why. No. Okay. Does it matter which input? Does this need two inputs or just one?
This
What?
has two inputs. One of them is dark matter crystal. The other is dark matter residue.
What?
I thought
what?
this particle
What-
accelerator
what do
needed time crystal.
It needs time crystal. It just
Oh,
needs time
sorry.
crystal.
Yes.
Oh God, you gave me a heart attack, Andrew. I'm like, I have
Sorry,
been lining
with
this
dark
up.
matter crystal. I'm so sorry.
You're good.
It's,
Okay.
It's very early in the morning.
Yeah.
It's 8:30 a.m. in the morning.
Yep. All right. So time crystal is going into a splitter, and then it's running straight down into the service floor, and then running up from the service floor and in, is what I've decided to do.
Easy.
Perfect.
And that was all I was ever going to suggest, and don't ever imagine otherwise. Did this
I believe
glitch
you.
through- That glitched through the floor, didn't it? I hate everything. I hate everything.
Yeah, there's like a phantom foundation block somewhere over there.
Okay, so that should be cooking once we get this elevator in. And I don't know why you did what you did before, but that should be good now. Goodness. All right, yes, so this port, time crystal input. Search for time crystal. So time crystal input wants to go to here. And then time crystal input wants to go to time crystal output. Status, status, status. And then I'm going to build it a drone. Be free, little guy. And then Andrew is going to plug it in at some point, and then everything is going to be good.
Where are my trigons?
Everything's plugged into power.
Oh, and it's flying! Little buddy!
Nice.
You know,
Oh, these,
All right, supercomputer has a check mark, which means it already has a drone, so everything there is good. So supercomputer should be on its way here. He says confidently. Okay, so now I want the output from supercomputer going into this first quantum entangler, quantum encoder. Wait, what does this one need? I'm sorry.
if you click on
Time
the machine,
crystal
it'll tell
and
you.
supercomputer. Yeah.
Yeah, everything's got its
No.
recipe plugged in, so we can check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Unbelievable.
Okay, it is slowly backing up. Nice.
Why you no snap?
Too far away. Too far away. I'm gonna build another platform over here for drone ports, Serge.
Kind
I
of
need more
extending
for
the
this.
same idea.
Yeah. In fact, you know what? I'm just gonna zoop.
Oh no. Alright, well. There's some. I deleted some block and I don't know which one, and good
Like
luck.
a foundation block?
Yeah, I deleted a foundation block and I can't see which one I deleted. So
Yeah, I did the same thing. one of
Oopsie.
these, or well, two of these now are just ghosts. So I need to
No,
do better.
no.
Right, Serge is having a little crisis over there.
Love that. Love a fun little crisis.
Move the splitter. Moving the splitter doesn't work because
Can I delete this pipe down here?
move the splitter.
Oh yeah, the one in the service layer. Yeah, we can just get rid of that.
Oh my god, these aren't in line with each other. That's the problem. Okay, I found the problem. Everything has to move just a little bit.
Some very specific number.
No, there are no numbers. Numbers aren't real and can't hurt me.
Now we
Yeah.
talked about this earlier, Serge. There are real numbers.
No. That is just Wow, turns out Andrew's in the pocket of big number over here. Wake up, sheeple.
Whew, that's looking good.
The real numbers are like all the integers and stuff, right? And then the imaginary numbers are stuff like square roots of numbers that don't make proper outcomes, stuff like that. Am I remembering grade 11 math or whatever correctly? It's been a long time.
Are you trying to describe the difference between real and imaginary numbers?
Yeah, what's the difference?
I honestly never really understood imaginary numbers.
Imaginary numbers are square roots of negatives.
Yeah, there we go, right? Like a thing that isn't
But like,
theoretically possible.
I didn't really ever fully understand like what was actually going on there. Like, I understood calculus better than I understood imaginary numbers. At least calculus made sense.
Well, yeah, imaginary numbers is like a theoretical framework more so than a practical.
I feel like this shouldn't work.
What?
Sorry,
What are you thinking?
This elevator, I felt like it glitched through the floor, and then so when I deleted it, what is?
It appears to be working.
It's looking good.
No.
It's looking
Oh,
good.
no. I found it. I found it.
No.
I found the problem. I deleted the wrong elevator. There we go.
That would be a problem.
Why
Now
did
I
you do
under-
that?
Ah!
Just delete the right element.
I'm so upset.
Search
Oh,
for
I just
problems
deleted a
on
power
purpose.
cable. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Going through it today, buddy.
Brother, you... Oh, my God. You have no idea.
Last day jitters? Like, what's going on? You worried Ada's gonna yell at you?
I mean, constantly.
Huh? Oh, I need to run from there. Okay, so I need to
Okay,
run from
so that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. All right, so give me a second here to just confirm that what I did worked the first time, right? So I have battery going in. I have time crystal coming out. I have time crystal being split. One line is going over to the particle accelerator, and the other line is going into this quantum encoder, which is now encoding the quantums. Yo. So we're producing neural quantum processors right now. For all of the outputs that we care about, can I get you guys to, pardon me, can I get you to throw them into the space dimension too, just so we start collecting stuff so we can run it back to the base?
Yeah.
Okay, what if I don't care about any outputs, though? What if I'm nihilistic about outputs?
Andrew, they care about nothing.
Yeah. What then?
What?
Can't help you there,
Yeah,
Andrew.
which ones of these do we care about? It's kind of
So-
all of them, right?
So the neural quantum processor, I remember, I think I need for like a MAM somewhere. And we have 19 Mercer orbs, so yeah, I like your idea of just simply care about them all. So Andrew, what are you working on right now? And can I help, or do you want me just to leapfrog you and start working on the next thing?
I'm setting up these drone ports, but you can do that.
we need even more drone ports.
Yeah, I've only built 2 here. So,
So you were
Yeah.
you were building the drone ports for Crystal Oscillator and Alclad thingy.
I don't know what these are for. I just assumed we needed some.
So we need 2 for this one. And as such, I'm actually probably going to scoot them over slightly. What are the drone pad metal frames missing? We'll go through and we'll make it pretty after. I'm not going to, we're going to keep deleting and moving those as long as the foundation is in place. Yeah, I think I'm just going to snap these. Yeah, apologies, Andrew. I'm going to move yours over just to make sure they can I'll be in as tight as possible. No. No. I'm going to listen to my own rule and give some space. Is that what you already did? I'm going to laugh if these ended up exactly where you had yours before.
You moved them like maybe one foundation tile over at this point. Yeah.
Because I like what we had before with the glass in between. I don't know if you care, but it looks like you have a second scaffolding block on the extension coming out of the next pillar. If it has to do anything with these, I'm not going to worry about it too much. I think that's probably the one you got me to clean up. Yeah, we'll do a cleanup pass for aesthetic stuff later. All right. Crystal oscillator input, alclad aluminum sheet input.
Ooh, how am I so good at video games?
Oh, must be nice. Here I am struggling on all the little things.
Oh, didn't even try and it lined up perfectly. Ooh.
Fugi.
You'll love to see it.
I'm going to fight you, buddy.
Oh, man. I thought I was going to have to move something, and I didn't.
So, the alclad sheet is another example of something that we're probably going to have to give batteries to. Is that correct? But crystal oscillator is not, because it's crystal oscillator is a computer.
I believe that's correct.
All right.
Fuji could.
Sorry, what was the question?
So
Does
crystal.
the alclad sheet drone have fuel? Since it's originating in the aluminum factory.
I want to say no.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine it would.
And it probably also then doesn't have a
Probably doesn't have a drone.
drone either. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for translating Surge there.
Anticipating Surge thought. So we're going to need more drone ports, you said, right?
Yeah, for which inputs?
I don't know. Just more.
Oh, how do you clip through floor? How do you clip through floor? Okay. Oh, crap. This is probably the one that I want. I'm going to assume. Okie dokie. Nice. Okay, so that should be battery in. Are you getting battery? No, none power. I'm going to assume you will be getting power shortly. Wait, I can see if the elevator has battery. Elevator has battery on it. Okay, I'm very smart. So now I want to get those outputs to here. Okay. Okay. I have a new plan. I have a new plan because I'm smarter. I'm a smarter man than I was the first time.
All right, if power goes out to everything, don't panic.
Does that mean I'm going to fall?
That's why I told you not to panic.
I mean, that is what they said. All right. How I get no? Illegal. I measured so good. What's up, Mungo? Did you just run the belt straight through the splitter rather than from the splitter? Hope not. No. If I did that, then the splitter wouldn't work, right? So if something's going straight through rather than in.
And chat's really double checking everything today.
No, that's great. I've been making so many mistakes. Then there would be nothing on the belt, right? Yeah. Sometimes things are going to look weird, but... yeah, and you can see when I delete it, it doesn't clip through. Look, when you're batting like 0 for a bajillion in the morning like I am, it is A-okay.
Cool. As long as it's not getting you down.
I mean, plenty of things are getting me down, but it's... none of that's Twitch chat's fault.
All right, so there's those two, and then we need magnetic field generators.
Okay, so...
And that's
hold
it,
on.
I think. Okay. Maybe it's just one more drone port.
Could you... you've already powered me, correct?
Everything's powered up, yeah.
Then why... oh, did I not do this yet? Okay, hold on. Crystal. So once I plug this in, this one should just be working. So crystal oscillator output, we want... crystal oscillator input, and then we want this to go to crystal oscillator output. By the way, A+ naming, it just means I can just plug in and then we are good to go. So that means
The goal
those
was
should
to
just
make
show up.
it clear, yeah.
Yeah, and then I need to build a drone in here now. So I have a drone there. This is for alclad and aluminum sheets. Ooh, aluminum? Okay. Alclad sheet input. Fugi.
That's my name.
I don't think you did an alclad sheet output at the aluminum plant.
Oh yeah, we didn't. We didn't do that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really goofed that one, didn't I? That's the one I forgot. I guess I made the ingot one and then forgot the alclad aluminum sheet one.
Since I haven't touched
Darn.
any of that, do you want to fix that? Because I don't know anything about how the aluminum
Yeah.
plant is set up.
Yeah.
And I'll assume my work here is perfect. My favorite part is, you're right, it's immediately after he claimed he was very good at video games. I'm going to cheat and throw 1,000 sheets into the output here, though.
I don't understand what part of that makes me bad at video games.
Yeah, he's bad at remembering things,
The
which is different.
Yay! It worked! Look! Hi, little friend. Oh, welcome. Look at this little guy.
I mean, the big thing was that the alclad sheets were also on a train. And so when I connected the train, I'm like, output's done.
My work here is done.
It's okay. It's like a 2-second fix.
Yeah, if it's already going to the train, you can just fork it into a drone port. There's lots of space.
I spent some time yesterday afternoon making sure that aluminum was actually running at full production.
All right, so we are now making superposition oscillators, and then I'm going to assume that those are also going into a pocket dimension right now.
Nope. Haven't actually connected the outputs yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. I will do that then, because
Someone retasked me.
sorry.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No. So what are these? That's dark matter crystal. Okay. So we have our first output from here. The quantum encoder is making neural quantum processors, and those aren't going anywhere currently, correct?
I'm rigging that up right now.
Oh, you're going to rig that up. Okay. Oh, geez. Yeah. All right. I definitely see the... Yeah, I'm definitely seeing this foundation. It looks very good, but it is causing so many issues that I previously did not have. I don't know if it's the foundation's fault or if it's the server's fault.
Yeah, I think it's the server's fault because I used this in my solo game to no issue, so.
Middle mouse click doesn't work. Deleting it doesn't work. They're really upping the difficulty for this final boss, eh? What is it, Sekiro?
Wow.
Good reference.
Thank you.
Very timely reference to Sekiro Shadows Die Twice by FromSoft.
All right, I'm going to put a splitter right off your input, Andrew, and start putting that in the pocket dimension. Are you cool with me doing that, or do you have a plan for that somewhere?
Oh, for these things?
Yeah.
Put it anywhere, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you string from one to the other, and I'll steal.
Yeah. Just
They call me Burgle. All my friends call
take
me
advantage
Burgle.
of all my hard work for your own benefit.
Yeah, you know what?
Give
Look,
me
I'm not
credit.
exploiting labor here. It's fine. It's fine. All right, now, is this going to be one of the things where I have to?
Where you have to?
Put it up one. Yes, it is. Okay. This is okay. This is okay. We've learned how this works. So, in order to make this work, you place down a block, and then under said block, then you go up 3. And then, no, I'm fine with it just being a 50-50. Because we need all of the output, so it doesn't make sense to steal an output immediately. There we are. I was thinking maybe I'm supposed to be greedy and I'm supposed to steal half of the output now, but that seems bad. That seems bad and dumb. Hey, there's just a slug here. All right, I'll grab it. It's probably lonely. Go hang out with your family in the pocket dimension.
Grim.
All right. So Andrew has connected the neural quantum processors into the superposition oscillator. Wait, no, you skipped one, right? So that one goes from here into the third one? Question mark? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And now we need the output from the superposition oscillator into that as well. And then I'm going to also steal that output. Have you started stringing that up as well?
No, I'm still working on a different thing. Doing magnetic field generators.
Okay, so I'm going to
Why did I go there?
mirror what you did for the first one. So you have it directly above the conveyor belt here.
Right, we're missing one last input here.
Anything interesting I've missed in the last 40 minutes? Only that I'm extremely good at counting, but we already knew that. Was it not straight the first time? Was that off? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Announcer's voice. He was in fact not okay.
So Surge, the destination for those is right here. It's this one.
Okay. I'm going to burgle first, and then I will plug in.
Is that a Mercer orb?
Where?
Like, I took the hypertube cannon back to the Sam factory, and I flew past an object that I'm like, kind of looks like a Mercer.
So one of the things that I've noticed is that the game will sometimes remember where a Mercer orb was in the world, but not if you've taken it or not. So you'll go by at high speed and you'll be like, oh my god, an orb, and then you'll actually get to it and then it will vanish. So I don't know. Maybe?
I've also seen it where it just leaves behind the stone frame.
Yeah, that I've seen a lot of, yeah. Okay, so this should now be getting the superposition oscillators. So we are now making the AI expansion server, which only goes into the shadow dimension. It does not go anywhere else.
Yeah, that's a project
Correct.
part.
So that is the third of our 4 final things being produced. So at this rate, provided nothing else falls apart, and then there is a tax on our shadow dimension, this should be done in 2 hours.
Yep.
So now we need to make the rockets, the warp drives.
Yeah. So we need. We're gonna need what, like 4 more drone ports for these?
Sorry, just give me 1 second to appreciate the significance of that accomplishment, because that feels very cool. That feels very cool and very good. So
Because honestly, we don't even need to take this down to the service dimension. But if you're already down there building it, we can.
oh, were you thinking? I mean, I kind of like just for cleanliness, the consistency of it. So this is the last one. These are the manufacturers.
Yeah, so we need 2 manufacturers. One making singularity cells and one making ballistic warp drives.
Oh, real quick. Yes. All right. Real quick, you set up the routing for the Alclad sheets. Like that's all done and droned and dusted.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, so there'll be a manufacturer making singularity cells,
Okay.
and that will take some of the dark matter crystal that we're making in the particle accelerator, and then it will drone in nuclear pasta, iron plate, and concrete.
So we need 3 drones at the very end here.
And then that singularity cell will feed into the ballistic warp drive, which will also have a drone port for thermal propulsion rockets. And then it will also be consuming, in addition to that singularity cell, it will be consuming superposition oscillators and dark matter crystal.
So we need 4 drone ports.
So 4 drone ports total.
Where should we put these manufacturers, do you think?
I think if you just give them a lot of, like, I guess, like, starting with the drone port stuff, right?
So am I just extending out what I did before and just more of the same?
I mean, it's up to you. You could. I don't think you're gonna fit 4 more in a row there, right?
I
don't think
I
you
think
have
it'll
space
just
for
fit,
4.
actually. I think if I take this out, it will fit.
I mean, an alternative would be to either do an L shape or to put the drone ports on the ground over there.
The other option I had was I was going to do 2 and mirror. So I could do that, and then I could do the glass floor, like here.
Yeah.
And then just have 4 above it and kind of mirror them.
Well, this one's already in use.
Is that not one of the 4? Which one is this?
No. That's the magnetic field generator that's feeding into here.
Oh. Oh, I misunderstood the assignment.
Yeah, you need to make 4 new drone ports.
Okay, well, hold on. No.
So honestly, like if you're making the 4 new ones there, it might be easier to make this the singularity cell, and then make the ballistic warp drive, have that flow this way into the ballistic warp drive.
Yes, and then it's closer to dark matter crystal and superposition oscillator.
I mean, both of them need dark matter crystal.
Oh, right. Wow, that is bending tremendously. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So that comes around the corner and goes down. Yeah, I like that idea, actually. Let's... Okay, yeah, so Andrew, how do you feel about this? And then what we'd do is we'd reroute that drowned pork to here. And then add some, and then just drop the input straight down into that conveyor belt you already have?
Well, if you try to drop it straight down, you clash with this other conveyor.
Right,
as well.
but we could go down underneath where it is, and then just 180 that elevator that you have.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, Serge. It's no problem.
Because then,
I
yeah,
was
then
just throwing stuff down. So
okay.
Huh?
do what makes you happy.
Oh, have we not? Oh, I guess we haven't done the research to even make ballistic warp drives yet.
Right, we have to take the 100 spatial energy regulations or crystal oscillator thingies.
Superposition oscillators.
Superposition
in order to
oscillators,
complete
yes.
spatial energy regulation.
So I guess I should. I'm gonna slap down a smart splitter. All right, I'm going to give up on pivoting this right now. I'm going to come back and I'm going to fix it in a second. Also, I have to relog again because I'm getting a concrete desync again. All right, so how am I doing? What's up, Daily Maple Syrup? Good. We're at the final stretch here.
The end is nigh.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, first things first. Into the floor hole.
It goes in the floor hole.
It goes in the floor hole. And wait, are you the oscillator? No, this one is the oscillator. So it means this needs to be replaced with a smart splitter. And then we're going to do all right, and we just need to keep our eye on the
Price.
the number of oscillators that we have, and then I'm just going to reverse the flow after. So I've cut all production to our AI limiter stuff.
Monster.
The text scroll just say spilling coffee. Okay, strong disagree. Also, good morning. Yeah, what's up? The loading screen is very funny, and there's a lot of very witty things that are being said there.
Start just sorting that out. I'm just going to AFK for a sec.
All right, so how do I tell a drone port to no longer do anything? Okay.
Could be in the settings.
Paused. Remove that. Do that. Okay. Grab these. Okay, the drone is empty. Throw all of that into here. So this is magnetic field input. Okay. Can't control click these because it wants to put them into the outgoing if you do. So I have to do this all by hand. All right, so now we delete this and this elevator. And this, nope. Oh, geez, what did I just delete? Has anybody ever topped reticulating spines for loading screen? Joke, what was that one from? So that should all be good, other than the fact that we've stolen all the superposition oscillators. Okay, we're at 79. Okay, so. Magnetic. Magnetic field input, magnetic field output. Okay. And I don't know how Andrew has powered these. Probably just underneath along the floor. Reticulating splines was from... Oh, no. It's a little janky. And we go from here just through the floor. And then I'm going to steal this drone. It even predates The Sims and goes as far back as Sim City. Neat. All right, I think this is perfect. I think I did a good job. And now we are going to have 2 manufacturers here, and then we need 4 inputs.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the first manufacturer. Oh, we don't have the recipe for this yet, so we can't put. That's all right. I've now come full circle to the conversation that we had before. Right?
Welcome.
Sorry, like my brain can only process so many things at once, and the thing that it was trying to process at that time was not what we were currently talking about. Apparently.
Yeah.
Should be processing fried chicken. Oh, man. I wish. Jordan, I wish. I mean, you know what? I got pizza. Which I think is also a very respectable, thing to be wanting to process.
No pizza, only chicken.
You know what? That's fair. I respect that.
Oh boy, oh. That's unfortunate. What is this dimensional storage uploading? What?
Down below,
That's
we've got two
That's the
dimensional
Saga.
storage outputs. One is stealing the neural quantum processors, and the other is grabbing
Okay.
superposition oscillators.
okay.
Which is going to, yeah, this one right now, the one that you're looking at right here is the superposition oscillators.
Yeah.
And then as soon as we get 12 more, I'm going to flip this smart splitter so it goes to producing 100% other stuff. Wait, what are... No, Fugi.
We're getting backed up on dark matter residue.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense because we're not using everything right now. Oh, which is bad, right.
Yeah, I have flushed the pipe network.
Yeah, there's no fix for it because we produce more as waste than we're currently consuming because we're not making the two big things that need it.
Yeah,
Alright.
we're also backed up on dark matter crystals, so I'm going to build a sink for those.
All right, Fugi, what are you trying to do right now, buddy?
I need to get these crystals over there, and this thing's in the way of building it straight.
No,
So
that-
instead of having two 90-degree turns, a little diagonal in the surface layer, you know, no one needs to see, no one needs to know.
I'm right here. Let me fix this for you.
No one needs to see, no one needs to know.
All right, so here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go to here.
You're going to do two 90-degree turns.
Yeah,
Fine.
and then you're gonna go.
Fine.
You're gonna go like that. All right.
Serge, unwilling to let his hair down.
Look. Just because we're at the very end doesn't mean we need to get sloppy. All right.
Now is the perfect time to get sloppy.
No. That's called complacency.
No, it's called partying.
Is that Andrew evilly laughing? No, that was a Fugi laugh. All right. Oh, I totally forgot to call it, y'all friends. We got ads running right now, so cycle your fluids. I got so in the zone that I completely missed what it was we were
Serge.
doing. Apologies for no heads up. Yeah, Fugi and Andrew, I'm going to take a very short bio break. I will be right back, friends.
Go to the hub.
Want me to go to the hub? Oh yeah. Here, can you change the smart splitter? I need to wait for ads, and then I'll do that. All right, be right back.
Change the smart splitter.
It's always setting up smart splitters when a dumb splitter would do just fine.
These machines are very pretty. All right. 1 minute till the ads are done, and then we will continue. I can't believe how fast time is flying today. Apparently time moves fast when you're, doing science or crimes or whatever it is what's happening right now.
Speaking of time going fast, go to the hub. It's time for lore.
20 seconds, Fugi. 20 seconds.
Oh, I thought it was over.
No.
I'm so excited.
No, hold.
Ah!
That's what I said. I got a minute to wait. All right. Time flies and you're making time crystals.
I haven't got any praise from Ada in so long.
All right. So the superposition oscillators are full. So I'm going to go down to the smart splitter and I'm going to reroute it now so that everything... What is happening here? Why?
I replaced it with a normal splitter.
No, I don't want a normal splitter because we want
Why?
we don't need any more and I want to make sure we don't lose any output.
Just delete the belt.
Simply do not split.
No, we have it.
I mean, if you're worried about that one, also be worried about the one next to it.
I have a system. Did you also get rid of my previous one?
What previous one? That one was never a smart
Okay.
splitter.
Yeah.
I checked.
Yeah, let's... So I am, what Andrew was saying before, I am sensitive about the... There we go. About the production all getting consumed. So I'm trying to use smart splitters to make sure that, things are happening. Anyways, let me head to the hub. Now the hub, the direct one is upstairs on the train platform. All right, you ready for lore?
I'm so ready for lore.
All
I've
right.
never been more ready for lore.
Never been more ready for... Oh, no.
I'm lore ready for more.
No! Holy
Never heard from
moly.
Surge ever again.
I'm having a bit of a struggle, eh?
I don't know what's going on today. Maybe it's because it's early. Maybe it's because it's the last day. I'm trying to not rush because I think I want to make sure that the pacing is good and the rhythm and the tempo is good. You know what I mean? Because I feel now is never a good time to try and cut corners or try and rush things. And B, when you rush, you make mistakes. And I'm making so many mistakes. I'm trying to both mentally and emotionally reset. You know what I mean?
I think we're doing great. I'm feeling good.
Andrew in their lane, thriving, moisturized.
Yeah, basically. Well, that's a good reminder. I should put some hand lotion on my hands.
All right, hold for lore. For real this time.
Milestone reached. Instant travel between chosen locations will be possible as soon as the main and satellite portals are built and paired. Do not ask me how it works.
Okay.
Because I don't understand dimensional dispersal theory and the cross-warp applications of liminal peer-regulated parallel fibrillator nanocells, for example. But because you do not need to know.
Dang.
You go in one end, you come out the other. It's a door.
It's a door.
Hopefully the construction of project part number 12, the ballistic warp drive, can be automated and requires no manual input from you, so I'd say we're relatively safe. If you disagree about my assessment of your capabilities, you are free to attempt a study and replication of either portal or warp technology. after you're done with project assembly.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm curious if we can buy more of those oscillators. We can. Amazing. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Hey, or Fugi.
That's me.
I'm going to make a teleporter on my end.
Are you making the main door or this?
I'm going to make the main door. Can you make the child?
I sure can.
All right. So
Where should we put this thing? Be here? Is this going to be in your way, Andrew?
oh, lore.
Nothing's
You
in my
have
way.
finally
I'm
built a
good.
portal. Perhaps now your progress won't be as slow. To ensure no further delays happen, I will give you some tips. A functional portal is two-way and requires one main and one satellite portal, each only connecting to the other. Establishing a portal connection will require input of singularity reactors, vast amounts of power, and some patience. Before you continue, you could still change the placement of that one. It seems suboptimal.
Wow. So you can also, okay. What do you mean no fuel? Singularity cells?
Yeah, Serge, did you read the whole
No, I didn't read any
user
of it.
manual on your teleporter?
What's a singularity cell?
A thing that we're going to start making.
Oh. Okay. Oh, I can't teleport back then.
Correct.
Sure can't.
Well, devastating. I was so excited. I was so excited to never walk again. Why do I have hundreds of magnetic field generators on my person?
It's a good question, Serge. Why do you have hundreds of magnetic field generators on your person? I know why. It's because you tore down a drone port that was full of them.
I thought I hand transferred all of those, but like here we are. Definitely thought I put them all away. All right. Anyways, I'm coming back. Floomp. I like how Serge is creating murder boxes to get around the map. What part of that was a murder box? Look, if sci-fi has taught me anything, it's that teleportation never goes wrong. Look at the fly. That guy was thriving. Oh, that was a tree. Oh, by the way, either we placed down a miner and got extremely lucky, or miners do not spawn proof, because there's definitely 3 Radneys at one of our miners. Anyways, hello, I've returned.
I love that for us.
I love that for us as well. Oh my god, they're so cool looking. Look at these light shows. All right, so now we want to be making, yes, the ballistic warp drive. Oh, it also needs superposition oscillators. Interesting.
It also needs... First, we need to make singularity cells.
Where are we making singularity cells?
To the right of it.
Do we want to... Interesting. Okay, so this is what we want to make first. All right, so you need iron plate. Right, this is where you need the 3 inputs.
Yeah, I've set up nuclear pasta. We just need iron plate and concrete drone ports.
Which one? Where's the nuclear pasta?
This one here, unless you're saving that for something else. But
Nope, that was supposed to be all 4 of these. Okay, yes. So my thought here was...
And then this is thermal propulsion rocket, which is for the next step. but we need concrete and iron plate.
Yeah, so I'm going to mirror things right now. I'll make 2 drone ports right now and run those down. Directly above, they need to go down into here. Okay. So the left one is going to be concrete input. Is there more than one concrete drone network? Should this be like concrete input 2 or something?
Yeah, I mean, you could just call it Sam Factory concrete intake.
Yeah, that's been the
Okay.
way we've been doing is naming it by the factory that takes it.
Sam concrete input, and this will be Sam iron plate input. Wow, what a mouthful. Sam iron plate input. Okay, gotcha. And concrete means it's going to need batteries as well, right? I've learned the system.
What?
Concrete doesn't have a battery producer, so it means it should.
Oh.
That means it's going to need batteries from here, right?
You are correct.
So I'm saying, look at me. Look at me learning.
We're all very proud of you.
Thank you. I'm also proud of me. Man, I cannot delete concrete, and it is very upsetting.
Yep, server's acting funny today.
It's just 1 meter off.
Oh, if you want to do a splitter in the air, you have to put a 1 meter down beneath it. Yes, that's the thing I've been doing over and over and complaining about. Yeah, so if it is off the floor, it stacks perfectly. If it's off the ceiling, you need to put it on a meter.
Can do.
Finale, that's right, Lurker Spine. Okay, so that is the battery input. I just need to run power out to these. And my game crashed.
Nice.
I middle mouse clicked one too many times. Oh.
Yeah, either they patched something or our server is just having some stability issues.
Do you think we should reset the server?
Try to avoid thinking.
Fugi?
Yeah.
Like, do you think that's actually worth our time with the number of weird hiccups we're having right now, or do we think this is just like late game complexity and the server is melting?
I don't think the server is melting.
All right. We had issues on day 1 and day 13, and very little in between, which is funny. You never got past aluminum in the game? Watching this is making my brain melt. What's up, friend? Humanity's first attempt at mass transit was to mass burn fossil fuels. We can't help but destroy ourselves with our desire to go fast. Rousing Big Brother, rolling dice, removing dad jokes, learning from mistakes. Yeah, that's not happening. Spawning aliens, reconstructing deficient organs. Playing Elevator Track 4.mp3.
How are we doing batteries for drone ports, Serge? Is it just all on the service layer?
Yes. Which one? Yeah. So they are one floor up as well. Or they're one step up, rather. So you should see it from a bunch of the ones that are below right now. It should be pretty straightforward as to.
Yeah.
So just split off it wherever.
Yeah, I'm going to mess with one of your splitters.
Okay, so that is batteries input into concrete. Okay, so now I want my output to be here.
All right, I gotta do some shenanigans.
I want this elevator down. Okay, so now I just say, hey, drones, please hook me up. Oh, I also probably have to build a drone here. Hey, drones, hook me up with some concrete, please and thank you. So all ports filter by concrete. So concrete output. Is nothing else flying in concrete? Oh, man, I think... Hold on.
Oh, no, we probably don't have a drone port, do we?
Yeah, we would need a second drone port for...
What?
Yeah, we only have one concrete output, which is all going to nuclear currently.
Oh, you can have multiple drones go to the same port.
Oh, can you?
Yeah.
It's not a one-to-one?
No, it's not a one-to-one.
Fascinating. Okay.
Like, each drone has a home port.
Yeah, so does that mean...
And
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, okay, so the way drones work, you put down a bunch of ports. Where you put the drone is that drone's home port. There can only be one drone on a home port, but multiple drones can be flying to the same destination port. So you could put down like concrete output, and then you can put down nuclear concrete intake and SAM concrete intake and put drones on those ports, and now you have two home ports and one destination port.
Perfect.
And both drones can go to that same destination.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to make sure is I should have a drone here, which I have done. And now I'm going to do concrete output is going to fly here, and then this is going to fly to concrete output. And that should
Sure.
work.
Like, this is why I've been saying, like, I'm relatively sure. I'm like 85% confident that when y'all are like, oh, we have to set them both pointing at each other, I'm like, I'm pretty sure you don't. I'm pretty sure the only thing the game cares about is when you put the drone down, that port, where is that set to go? And then it's just making a round trip back and forth. It doesn't care where the other one's set to. That setting is for if you put down a drone at that port.
I hope I didn't break anything.
You didn't.
I did not?
Again, it's
okay.
yeah, like that setting is ignored. You
Okay.
setting it isn't going to make anything break because it wasn't doing anything anyway.
All right, well, I'm going to put 2,000 concrete in here anyways because I have it on my person. So you can put a drone on an input and output, double the amount moved. That I don't think so. I don't think you can do double back and forth.
You might be able to.
Maybe depending on the travel flow. All right. So concrete is coming in now, and now I need to get the iron plate
Actually,
in.
pretty smart.
And now iron
Been doing
plate
that.
should already have. Iron plate should already have a. He's gonna get a little bit spaghetti. Wait, why is there an elevator out of this already?
I am building it.
Oh, sorry. I was like, I thought that was what I was working on. That I won't.
I thought you were setting up the drones, so I was going to say.
No, well, yeah, it was for both, so that was done. How are you routing that?
We're just low on tasks, Serge, so I'm.
That's fair. May I make a suggestion? Oh, I mean, I guess you're trying to keep the floor clean. I was just gonna run it straight down and just let it go along the ground. But you seem happy.
Oh, yeah.
So like I would run it up here, like as far as you can, and then just drop it to the ground and run it over.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where I can.
How much can the port hold versus the drones? The drones can hold 9 stacks. The ports can hold 18 stacks. So yes, if you run a bunch of drones back to back to back, it's not going to end well for you. If you have 2 drones, you're probably fine. If you have 3 drones, it'll get iffy.
All right, so then we want the singularity output, which it looks like. Yeah, I still cannot delete foundation. We have the singularity output. You've already got that wired in as well, Andrew?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
All right, and just to make sure that we get building on our tasks as quickly as possible, I'm going to put in a smart splitter and just say, because the other reason I'm turning off the regular splitters, Fuji's, is because I believe it would double the amount of time to complete our goals right now if we had a regular splitter. So instead of taking 2 hours to finish, it would take 4 hours to finish. But I still want to have that functionality for later. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Alright,
all of-
everything should be building.
Have we gone through and overclocked everything that needs to be overclocked so that we have
Yep.
the math where we need it to be?
Yep.
Amazing.
It's
Yeah.
looking good.
200% on that. Are we done?
If it works,
I think we're good.
Like these are
probably need to futz with the dark matter residue stuff once everything gets booted up here.
yeah, like some of the stuff that's producing dark matter residue, we might have to underclock slightly, like 150 might have to be like 130 or something like that. Or do you think all of that math works
No,
out?
we're good.
No,
We're just good?
it's fine.
We're consuming 375 per minute.
Oh, and you set up a
I
sink,
set up a sink in case we get backlog.
and you have a
with
smart
the
splitter on it too, or no?
Nope.
Okay, I'm going to make that a smart splitter.
I mean, you could delete it at this point. We don't need it anymore. So we're consuming what? 100 here. 187.5 here, so it's 287.5. And another 75. So
The issue
Yeah.
is these quantum encoders aren't going to be running at 100% efficiency. So that makes all the math funky. But
Yeah, but we're consuming more than we're producing, so we're good.
yeah,
We can open up this valve a little bit.
I think we can open it to like 60.
60, I believe, was the number we settled on. Yeah. And I'll turn this back on.
So we'll do a little bit of math, but otherwise it is 10:30 and we are what's the word I'm looking for here? Like scope complete? Like all our sprint goals are accomplished. Now we're just waiting for production?
Yeah. Feature complete.
Feature complete. That's the word I was looking for. If true, this is huge, and I have the biggest, dumbest grin on my face right now.
Yeah, so like 12:15, everything. If everything works as intended, 12:15 will be done.
That's very, very, very cool. Now, singularity cells are something that we might want a little bit of extra of. Wait, give me a second here. How's our power usage? Oh, our consumption's only like 70,000. So if I make it a little bit cheeky, and this isn't going to change the math at all, I might actually summer sloop singularity cells.
Yeah.
And my rationale
good move.
for that is there's like tech behind it, and then we could also use it to power
Teleporter.
the teleporter.
Yep.
Do you know
Oh.
how much these teleporters consume?
Oh, interesting. Yo, speaking of another problem we have, the drones might not be able to keep up with the singularity plate. Wait, did I do that because I just doubled the requirements? No.
No, if you summers loop, it doesn't change the requirements.
Yeah, I don't know if the drones are going to be able to handle the 100 per minute for the
I mean,
iron plates.
which one's the iron plate one?
It's this one right here.
Yeah, it needs 100
Looks
iron
like it.
plates per minute.
It looks fine.
It's got
Well,
a
no,
backlog.
I just put a bunch
Put that in the outgoing.
I know. I manually filled this. But this was empty and the machine was empty.
Okay. Well, where's the drone?
Presumably in flight still. Here,
believe
I
it
think
is
this is the drone that's coming in right now.
Okay, so we'd have to go to that drone port to figure out the rate that it's transferring at. Because, like, normally when you look at a drone port, if it's the home port, it gives you a bunch of information. It tells you what
Oh,
the flight time is, the transfer
sure.
rate, everything. And you could use that to figure out, is the drone port doing enough? The easy way to get around this is we can just place another drone down and
If we have enough
Try that.
output for it, right? Yeah, because I think one of the other interesting things is we're now consuming a lot. Wait, did this back up now? So I just put 1,000 in and that's all it needed. 100 per minute.
it's using 100 per minute.
Yeah. That's
And
a lot.
it does it in like one big.
Oh, and then it just there goes 100. Cool. Ooh, the purple fumes. Are that because of the cool S? I think so.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was like a different animation when you juiced it. This one doesn't seem to have a drone. It should have a drone. Because again, something got delivered the first time, right?
Also, we'll need to swap the main and satellite portals because the main portal is the one that has to receive the singularity cells.
Sorry, what was that, Andrew?
We need to put the main portal here rather than the satellite portal because, which I've already done, because this is the one that needs to have the cells put into it.
Oh, I was just gonna like manually do that, but I guess what you do here is
It
you.
needs them consistently or it turns off.
What? It needs to constantly be powered?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
wow.
It consumes them at a regular interval.
Andrew, it's not centered.
It's centered on a foundation.
It's
Oh.
not centered to the factory.
I don't know what that means.
All right. It could be.
You see-
It
you
could
see
be
where
that I'm an
where
idiot,
looking here.
and I just never
like a
actually set
center-
this.
There's like a thoroughfare here, you know.
Okay, so you want it on
And
this.
either there or there. Like I don't have a real strong preference. I think where you had it originally, like there, might be quote unquote correct.
Yeah, it's as good as any other, I think.
I think the reason this wasn't working was because we did not, in fact, have a drone programmed on this. I think the iron plate port. I think Andrew put in the conveyor belt, assuming that I had already done the port. And I think when Andrew said they had taken over the port, I assumed that meant they had done the configuration. So it looked like prior to this it had not been configured, and now it is.
Okay.
I think.
Oh. Interesting.
What's up?
Okay, yeah, this makes a lot more sense now. Cuz like I'm looking at it and it says maximum transfer rate. It now gives you a maximum transfer rate.
2
of
stacks per minute, which is
2.24
200.
stacks per
It's
minute.
200 stacks each, so
And if
we're
you go-
fine.
Yeah, if you go to this port, you can hover over relevant ports, port name, iron plate output, and it says it also gives you a transfer rate and a battery consumption.
Yeah. So it says no
it
drone,
gives
but it
us-
also says status. It looks like it's in transit. So
Well,
I don't.
drone status, no drone, is that this port has no drone
Yeah.
attached to it.
Yeah. The UI is not super clear for this when you're
Yeah.
trying to configure from 2 different spots. So
Yeah.
I'm going to trust that we built one at the destination, seeing as how it just flew in. So that
It
no
has
drone.
drone at the other.
Yeah.
The other port is the home port.
Yeah. Again, I get it. I don't know if I would have used the terminology that they did to try and communicate what they're communicating here. You know what I mean?
Cool. When you make your own factory game, we'll do it different.
I will, Andrew. Thank you. Thank you.
Right,
My factory
set
game's
up
gonna be
the-
perfect. Why did this not unload anything? Oh, there we
It's still
go.
going. It's just
I
got a
missed-
long animation.
Right. Yeah, it gives them all at once as opposed to the conveyor belt slow trickle, right? All right. So, now for real this time.
Yeah, let me set up this subordinate portal for us. Where
So-
was the previous main portal?
It was at the space elevator. Now, are
Oh, yeah, there it
we
is. Okay.
outputting ballistic thingamabobs into the warp drive? We are. We have 18. And what about the AI thingy?
You got
The
that
AI
thing?
expansion, 139. We're doing it. Oh, do we need to set up? No, I mean, I guess we don't need to worry about it. We're almost done. I was going to say, do we need to set up overflow so that our dark matter keeps producing? I mean, I think we do actually.
We have calibrated the dark matter such that it will work properly.
Well, no, I'm saying for the final components. So the AI expansion server, when it gets full and it backs up, won't that block the whole system? Like, don't we need to worry about an overflow for that?
No, because... Okay, let's imagine a scenario in which the factory stops working, right?
Yes.
So our dark matter outputs fill, and then all these other things have stopped. Once they start consuming things, wouldn't that just sort out the whole issue, though? Because we're only replacing at a rate at which it's being consumed at the end of the day.
So
Or do we fully stuff ourselves if the...
that's what I was going to say. Is this like oil and gas where it needs all of the outputs to always be consumed at an even rate or the whole system seizes? Because there's a lot of interdependencies here, right?
I don't think so, because the
only output we have to
way-
consume is the dark matter residue, and as long as it's not being produced, we don't have a problem.
So the way oil works, right?
Yes.
Like the reason you want awesome sinks on the oil stuff is crude oil comes out, or crude oil comes in, you split that into effectively two products, right? The polymer resin and the heavy oil residue. If you didn't have an awesome sink, what would happen is you'd turn the resin into rubber and plastic, and that would fill up and that would back up, and then it would stop your processing of oil, which would stop the processing of heavy oil residue, which you then turn into fuel. And that's fine. You could build a system like that. Your fuel generators would turn off, and then you'd run out of power, is probably what would happen.
Sure.
If you don't care about that power, then yeah, you can just let the whole system back up and seize up, and it doesn't matter. Here, what's happening is different. What's happening is we have a product. It takes the dark matter residue to make a dark matter crystal, and then we use that crystal to make something that then returns some of, but not all of, the dark matter residue. And so we then take that and feed it back in. And so what will happen is if you're not making that item, if you're not making that end item, you're not using the crystal. And so you stop producing residue, but you also stop consuming residue at the same time.
I tend to worry because some fluids have a fail state, that all fluids have a fail state.
At any time that you are looping an output back into an input for the same production chain, you are correct to be worried about it. And honestly, like, if I was building this factory, like, for real, for like a long-term thing, I probably would not use this valve. This valve is like a hacky... It's a solution that probably works, but doesn't really inspire me with confidence.
Which valve is it? Oh, like these two right here, eh?
It limits the output from this thing.
Yeah. Because the thing is, it's not a closed loop, right? Like, if we deleted this pipe, we'd have a closed loop system.
Oh,
the issue is...
I understand. You're inputting, but you're not letting it flow back. Yeah, okay, interesting. Sure.
Yeah, if the output, if it returned all of the dark matter residue, then you could build a closed loop system that you know would never back up, and that
Sure.
would be great.
Yeah, this
But we
injects
actually
because
need more.
Sorry to explain to chat. This is directional, so this injects more, but never lets it flow back.
Yeah.
Interesting. Sure.
Yeah, if we
Okay.
had more machines that produced byproduct, we could have a cleaner version of this. The real problem here is that this machine produces independent of the like residual production loop.
Sure.
And so it
Yeah.
can inject more into the system than it would like it reaches a natural equilibrium if you're always just only consuming residual, like, byproduct dark matter.
Yeah. My
Because we're actively producing dark matter, we can get into trouble.
Yeah, my understanding is that the correct way to build this is to build a variable input junction where you have something like where's the pipeline stacky thing? Why is this so hard to build? There. Whatever. I'm just trying to make a demonstration game, please. So if you have something like this, imagine the pipes are straight.
Yeah. Of course.
If you have something like this, the game will... I believe the way it works is the game prioritizes the bottom pipe. So it will take all of the input from the bottom pipe before taking any from the top pipe when it's merging, specifically if you have a vertical junction. It treats vertical junctions differently than horizontal junctions.
Huh.
And so, likewise, if this was reversed, if this was input, one pipe input, and then two pipes output, it will fill the bottom pipe before it fills the top pipe. And people are saying gravity, yo, and I'm like, For the output, I totally get it. The variable output totally makes sense that you would fill the bottom before the top. I don't understand why it feeds from the, like, for the input, why it would take the input from the bottom before the top. That one, I don't actually understand how, I don't understand how quote unquote gravity works that way.
That feels kind of arbitrary.
Gravity. How does it even work?
So yeah, you could use this system to be like, okay, use your byproducts before taking in a little bit extra to overflow it. And I'd try to use this, but like I've never used it before. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to, like, I was kind of concerned that I would spend an hour fiddling with it.
Sure,
and
sure,
like,
sure.
Whatever.
Yeah, and we can't add logic gates. I mean, I guess that's kind of what this is.
Smart splitter. This is essentially doing the work of a smart splitter, right?
Yeah, because what you want is, I don't know if you played Oxygen Not Included. They have logic circuits of like if less than X on, and then you can very, very, very specifically inject under certain conditions, which we don't have that specific kind of tool, right?
Yeah, they've talked about it. I think they've talked about the idea of circuits and like conditional logic in the game, and I don't think they said it's never going to happen, but they were very concerned that it would really overcomplicate things, and that they're like very wary and didn't have time to do it in 1.0.
The expectation is that you'll manage all this stuff by balancing outputs and inputs, or various other strategies that you can use to.
Yeah, like one of the things I kind of want is a priority merger. Like you have the smart splitter. Like I'd like a smart merger to be like, please use everything from this belt first. But there's a lot of arguments on the Q like feedback forums about it.
What would it actually do?
Yeah,
so I guess
get really heated about it.
Yeah, it's funny because at a certain scale, right? At a certain scale, the math becomes simpler. You just multiply until you have a common denominator, and then you get to eliminate stuff like this. But where it really comes in handy is if you don't want to make 30 of a building. If you just want to have one and you want to balance the ratios, that's where that logic stuff comes in, right? Like if you don't want to build at massive scale.
Yeah, if we were just making more of the other things, and only needed byproduct dark matter, we could eliminate this machine that produces it and completely solve the problem. Because we would only produce dark matter as we were consuming dark matter crystals, and it would balance out the system without needing to manage these kinds of overflow issues. But because we're continuously producing dark matter and injecting it into the system, we have to worry about balancing it, right?
If we really wanted to be lazy, if you want to be very lazy, the way that you'd handle this is you'd build a second particle accelerator that is only fed by these, and you make a bunch of dark matter crystals, and then you throw them in the awesome sink.
Yeah, you can just sink stuff too,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Always that option.
Yeah, and that's what people talked about with some fluid stuff. They're like, we just take all our water excess, turn it into concrete, sink the concrete, right? As like
always have that option.
Yeah.
If you don't want to deal with playing the game in the
let's not be totally dismissive. I do like the nature of these games is it's a puzzle, and it's to solve the puzzle. And there are different ways to solve the puzzle. And one of them is the nope, I got the output I want to, and I don't care about the side effects, so I'm just going to sync them because that's pretty straightforward. I do have one last question that I want to get to from a nerd without a name, which is specifically the singularity cells. Do we have to worry about the dark matter crystals for that one because they need the fluid? Like, is there an issue with this one if the other things stop making? Because this needs dark matter crystals, so if these stop making because they back up, are we in trouble? Because we do need that dark matter crystal output.
The singularity cell, if
we're always going to be producing dark matter crystals, that's never going to be the issue, right? Because if we have an excess of residue, then this machine that produces crystals is going to run.
So this this exists only as a failsafe, right? Because everything has... Wait, no, not everything makes crystals. Oh, right. That machine's always going to run because we inject, right?
Well, yeah, so it's going to run at 100% because we inject, but it's never going to... We're never going to back up the system for, like, lack of dark matter crystals, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think. Just checking. There's a lot of systems I can look at and I can sort of parse and be like, yes, I understand how this works. But because there's so many interdependencies on this, I guess the problem is they're not interdependencies. They are related, but they're not dependent.
Yeah, because
They have shared inputs and outputs, but they do not cause like cascading failures.
yeah, one way you can look at it is if you look at the neural quantum processor production, right? It doesn't need dark matter crystals and it produces dark matter residue. So we're never going to hit some kind of interdependency breakdown as a result of that, right? This is effectively injecting dark matter residue into the system. Never mind that we have a building that's also just doing that, but this isn't dependent on dark matter crystals. It just produces the residue that's used to make the crystals. And so, you know, things just run in serial rather than being like backwards and forwards interdependent.
I'm going to take this teleporter.
Yeah, give it a whirl.
Yo!
Is it full of stars?
It's different than I would have imagined. Yo, you should try it out. It's cool.
That's how I got here.
Very vaporwave. Like, actually, yeah.
It's nice colors. I like the orangey pink.
All right. Well, we have, if our math checks out, we have 90 minutes until we beat the game. Wait. So I want to check the ballistics warp drive. Ballistics warp drive. Yeah, we are 20% of the way there. Does that make sense? Is that the number we want to be at? I think that makes sense.
We only need 200. So we're 25% of the way there.
So 30 minutes went by. Yeah, we are literally on track. So in which case, do you want to do a server tour? Do you want to start discussing our experience? Which would you like to start with? We're going to start kind of our wrap up as we wait, which I'm very excited about. This is actually one of my favorite things that I've done with Fugi after every factory game we play through is we talk about our thoughts on the game. Now on the podcast, special guest Andrew. So I guess we'll start with the podcast. I guess I'll ask the both of you, how was playing a factory game with 3 people? Because this is the most people I've ever tried to coordinate with a game as complicated as something like this. Hey, Bomber Green, thank you for the prime. I'm curious.
Yeah, I think we did a good job of divvying things up pretty well and like converging on an approach, right? Which I think is the other big thing, is to have like a set of standards or practices that everyone is bought into. So you're not working at like cross purposes or, you know, winding each other up with how you're building stuff. I'm sure there were things that I was doing that were at some points frustrating or weird for people, but for the most part, I think we avoided stepping on each other's toes like that.
So look behind the curtain. I think it was about halfway through the steel and computer factory. Fugi was so done with me. and rightfully so. Because he did all this math. He had this whole roadmap. We're all like, that sounds great. We all do it. And then I just kept like throwing curveballs at him. Like, well, why are we doing this? And he's like, what do you mean, why are we doing this? You asked me to come up with the plan. What are you doing, Serge? So it's like, it's not as if it was frictionless when we came down to stuff. And we had a talk, and then it was like, okay, all right, here's what I need to change, because it turns out I was the problem. And one of the difficulties in this is not just 3 people with potentially different ideas trying to build a project. It was also, how do we show the audience, right, as the streamer perspective? And so I kept like inserting myself in the middle of things that people were trying to work on so I could touch it, so I could show you, because I wanted the audience to be involved in everything. And it was like, that just doesn't work. 1, I'm getting frantic and too busy. 2, I'm, you know, when you're working on something complicated like this, you like to get into the zone and sort of start something and also finish it, right? So you could sort of check off what you're doing. And then me trying to be like, okay, let me help right now, was in fact not helpful. And so as Andrew said, yeah, once we sort of figured out what our lanes were and how those fit together, I thought it worked quite well. But there's like the initial excitement, there was so much to do. That was fine. And then when it got to like sort of the nitty gritty of like, okay, we need to build a mega factory. What are our roles in that? There's a bit of friction. And then I think we found a groove and started cooking from there.
Yeah, I think the thing there was like, it was, I would say like, I was a little frustrated. I was mostly just very confused because it was something where I was like, where is this coming from? Like, it seems like I was worried. I'm like, oh, are you not having fun? Like, what's going on? And I think we reached a good conclusion. But like, the big learning from me was, and I don't mean this in like a bad way, but like, I learned that Surge like doesn't visualize things too far into the future. Where it's like you like to see it like placed physically in the world, and like that's how you wrap your head around things, is you're like, okay, I placed a bunch of stuff, I don't like it, let's try again. Versus I'm perfectly happy to just like look at this abstract spreadsheet and I'm like, okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. And you're very much like, I looked at the spreadsheet, I don't understand the spreadsheet, but let's go for it. Like you're very.
I was ready. I definitely committed without knowing what I was committing to.
Yeah. And I think that was a point of like, I didn't realize that you had done that, because I was like, and because also my expectation was I went off and I made the spreadsheet of like, hey, what if we build this? And I expected a lot more like discussion and like feedback and alternative views. And both of y'all were just like, yeah, okay. And I was like, well,
I didn't.
There were like a couple of things where I was like, oh, well, maybe we could use like this alternate recipe in this situation or whatever. There were a couple of those like little tweaks, but overall, I was just happy to have a plan at all.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
so
wasn't important to me.
I'm gonna show chat as well. Like, this is the original flow chart that Fugi pitched us on, and we're like, yeah, this looks great, because it looked like we had an idea of roughly how things would go, but there's still a lot of room for interpretation and problem solving inside of it, right?
It was that picture that I sent, and then I also sent like a bunch of data to import into the Satisfactory tools thing. And it wasn't until like, so like to Andrew's point, like, yes, there was feedback and tweaks made, but like those tweaks were made as we were playing, whereas I guess like my initial expectation, which was incorrect, was like, oh, we'll talk about those tweaks right now up front.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing, to Serge's point, is like, you're like, oh, we have this great diagram, and I had also sent the raw data and like the Satisfactory tool stuff, and I thought y'all were both like loading it up and like digging in and like, looking at it in detail. And like it took me a week to realize that you looked at that one picture and that's all you saw and that's all you cared about. And I was like, oh, I'm learning. How to convey ideas properly.
So the other thing that was interesting here was, again, because I didn't understand the depth of your planning, when I was looking at all of this, I was like, oh, great. So it's going to go to like a hub, right? And you're like, what do you mean? And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? And I think what happened was we were so not on the same page. Yeah, that there was a bit of shock, maybe is the word I'm looking for. I don't know. It's tricksy, right? But no, this was fascinating because I've always played factory games with the understanding that I have a base.
Mm-hmm.
And what you do, bleh, I got startled for a second. With your base, you have your production and it leads to, you know, home. And then you do stuff with it from there because what else would you do? And the inclusion, the absolutely incredible inclusion of the pocket dimension solved a lot of problems, but then introduced a lot of conceptual problems for me to be like, well, how are we doing anything here, right?
Yeah, because suddenly it's all decentralized and not just feeding into one base.
Because there's that stream 1 or stream 2 argument. I was like, well, where's our bus going to go? And Fuji's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, what bus?
Yeah, I don't know. When I think of a steel factory, I'm like, oh, great. So that's the place where we make steel, and then we send the steel to the bus so the other things can grab it.
Yeah, there's like working with other people really reveals the like assumptions and kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, like the logics that you apply to these games that you don't even realize that you're applying.
Yep. Yeah, your assumptions and biases.
It just lays all that bare
Yeah.
very, very quickly.
Yeah.
When someone's just like starts doing something in this way that you're like, what are you doing? Like, what is going on here?
Why are you like this? All right. So ads are about to go in a minute. And I think what I'd like to do after this is obviously we can keep talking as we're traveling, but let's position ourselves back in the home base. And we can start with a server tour of like where it all began. Because I think that's also kind of topical to what we're talking right now. And let's go chronologically through the things that we've made.
Sure.
And sort of revisit them and see if there's anything that sort of jogs our memory while we're there. And then, yeah. So ads are going to run. Let's take a 3-minute break. Let's grab a drink, cycle our fluids, all that fun stuff. And then when we come back, we'll start revisiting our journey here. I'll leave us with the spaghetti right now. All right, be right back.
That's it? That's all the portal does?
Takes you from one place to the other. It's a lot faster than riding the train.
I mean, the way y'all were talking about it, I thought it was going to be like this big animation. I didn't. And then
You get
it's
a little
not.
you get a little portal swirl. Some nice colors.
I don't really get much of that.
I guess
just
if your load time is low, then you don't even see very much of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it just.
It was pretty brief for me.
I walk in, the screen like turns black for 1 frame, and then I'm there. I'm just like, oh, okay. Did we actually finish all the milestones?
Let me take a look.
No, we'd still have 1 left.
Serge cutting corners. Didn't want us to make big blueprints. What a hater.
Can't believe this.
It comes so late in the game that like unless you're doing a big rebuild or something, it feels a little bit unnecessary. So I get why we skipped it, but
All right, I'm here, but let's not start for another 90 seconds just as the ads finish. But what were you talking about?
talking about how you're a hater.
Dang. All right.
Specifically of blueprint machines.
I don't think I hated the blueprint machine. I think it was different than I assumed it would be.
And yet, you did not unlock its final form. Interesting.
Well, I mean, it's so late. What were we going to use it for?
No, I know that was the point I was making.
Oh,
that,
sure.
That it's so late in the game that it's like, unless you're doing large scale rebuilds and you want to like,
Yeah.
quickly stamp out a bunch of stuff, it's kind of like, why do I even bother with this?
I mean, I have thoughts on that, but I didn't know if we're allowed to talk right now.
Hold. I'm sorry. Man, the ad stuff is interesting. The ad stuff has been not as much of a friction point as I thought it would be, but definitely not a friction point, right?
Fix its stock value.
I mean, I think that it would be far less of a friction point if you were alone, like if you weren't with
Yeah, making y'all have to wait? No, that's fair.
All
All right. Well,
at least I'm very impatient.
that's fair. So let's unlock the last thing in our thing, the fuse modular frames. I need one more. Ugh. Oh, that is not the button I wanted to hit. Fused modular frames. All right. Yes?
I definitely was thinking at several points in the game where you're like running back to the hub, where I was just like, you could just move the hub.
We can move the hub a number of times. But anyways, hold for lore. Hold for lore.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Designer Mark III allows for 20% increased blueprint size in all dimensions, for an overall 71.2% increase in volume. Sadly, I doubt we will see equivalent increases in your efficiency.
When did she start getting so mean to us?
Well, if we were more efficient, she wouldn't say these things.
Kind of wish you could have more than one hub. All right, so with that, we are milestone complete, which is very, very, very cool. And now alien technology. Oh, you're researching a hard drive. Oh.
Yeah, sorry. I had one in my inventory. And
Okay. I would be like, now we can finish all the other tech. All right, we'll wait 9 minutes.
In 9 minutes.
And then I'll grab this alien power matrix. So, like, what is there to do after phase 5? It is fascinating to me that they give you this upgraded blueprint tool this late in the game. Right? Like, that feels so late. Right? Like, we're done. We're waiting.
End game builds, right? If you just want to keep noodling around in the post game, right? You can just.
I guess that's fair.
And stamp things out.
Like, technically in Factorio, you finish the game when you launch the rocket, but like you could keep going afterwards. You could just play. I mean, Minecraft is a classic example. You could just make the world's best factory because you want to, right?
Yes,
Game Plus.
Yeah. People definitely do that kind of thing.
That's kind of what I was talking about the previous day, where I was like, I kind of want to play this game, like, because playing the progression part is fun.
Yeah.
But like now I've done it 3 times.
Yeah.
I want to play the game where it's just like, hey, you have everything unlocked. Now go build whatever factory you want. And I believe there is a way to do that.
I was talking to SRAB in Discord about this. So under the advanced game settings, you can unlock all hard drives, Awesome Shop, and MAM research as you like. And then another thing you can do, you can also just choose which phase you want to start on. You can just start on phase 2, for example. They give you starting resources to get there. And you can just be like, yeah, I don't want to start with tier 1 conveyor belts because I don't want to have to go back and refactor that many times. So that's really cool.
Yeah, like
there are
I
lots
kind
of
of just
ways
want
to customize your experience.
I wonder how the community feels about it. Where it's like if you're like, hey, I built this really cool factory, but I started at tier 9. They're like, not a real gamer.
Well, I mean, look at Minecraft, right? Because Minecraft has creative versus survival stuff, and you just acknowledge that, and people are still like, that is a wild build on both sides. But like,
Yeah, my friend John is just playing in creative mode messing around with architecture and like factory layouts and stuff. So
Sick. I mean, power to them, right? Like, it's a game. At the end of the day, have fun. And also, it's a single player experience, so who cares? I don't know.
yeah, you're not hurting anyone by doing
Yeah.
it. Right?
So I'm curious, though. So the idea of it's tier 3, right? For the tier 3 fix-it blueprint, you can come back and you can do a refactor, but I think it's too late to do a refactor because you're already producing neural quantum processors and Fiskit Trigon, and you only need one machine.
But are you making them good?
I guess so. But like, it's not even. I mean, no, you're right. The only
Like
reason
in my solo game, I did a huge rebuild kind
this
of
point?
around this stage because I was just not quite happy with how everything was laid out,
Hmm.
and so I just tore everything up and completely redid my whole factory.
I think I'm also underestimating how much work we did in the mid game.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
like, let's talk about velocity for a second here, because I feel like our entire playthrough was extremely smooth, except for streams 5 through 8, which was just a slog, which was all of the steel and computer factory. Like, I can't believe how much work that was.
I mean,
And
that's
if
like
you-
the bulk of the factory, right?
Yeah. But it's so funny, right? Because like up to that, it was smooth sailing. We were flying. Everything was easy. Like the experience that we had as people who played this game a lot was really showing.
I'm gonna push back against that a little bit because like the oil refinery was also a huge
Yeah.
lift.
That's fair. All right.
To me personally, the most miserable part of this playthrough was the oil refinery.
Really? Oh, because the fluid bug and stuff
Because of
too?
all the
Well, because I spent like 3 days off stream trying to figure out what in the world was going on, why nothing worked,
Sure.
how why is the head lift not working? To be clear, also Andrew, like it
I
wasn't me
spent
alone.
some time
We
in
were-
there too. Yeah, not as much as Fugi. I think Fugi really like went deep on it. I was like trying to put stuff together and running into a lot of problems, and eventually I was just like, I'm gonna wait until we're all here and just like talk
Sure.
about this with
Yeah.
the others.
But
yeah.
it was not solely my my purgatory to deal with, but like it was definitely not terribly fun.
Yeah, I guess my only input to that was like 4 hours of checking pipes to see which ones were bugged and rebuilding them all, right?
Yes,
Like,
definitely. You chipped in on that as well, and I think we need to remember that happened because that was pretty
Yeah.
early on. So I think we all just kind of gloss it in our memory
But,
at this
like,
point.
But I totally understand why to you the steel and computer factories were the worst part. And I think my feeling there is that I think you and I view like parts of this game very differently. And like, because one of the things that was really funny to me was like this common joke of, oh, we're only producing like right now we're producing 2 ballistic missiles or ballistic warp drives per minute. And you're like, 2 per minute, that's such a Peaslee number.
oh, rookie numbers over here.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, but it's 2 per minute of like this extremely complicated resource that other people are happy to make 1 every 10 minutes, you know? And so it's kind of like this game warps your sense of scale a bit. And I think the early streams, we were flying because we were cutting corners everywhere we could, and we were producing things extraordinarily slowly and just buffering them up overnight.
Yeah,
And
really
so we were-
counting on the fact that we're playing on a server to
Yeah.
hide those mistakes. No, that's fair.
Yeah,
Or
so
just
we-
like fudging things
Sure.
really hard, or manually feeding a bunch of material into a setup.
Yup.
So we were cheesing a lot early game, and so that doldrums in the middle was us paying all that tech debt down and simultaneously scaling up so that the late game would be fast. Like that middle was slow because that was basically all of the game.
We had to
Like
we had to redo everything at that point. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
we skipped the early, and we like basically just had to slap things together at the end because of that middle.
I do want to take this as an opportunity to show people our starter base. And something that's very common in this genre is the mid-game refactor. Right? And there's a lot of people who I don't think ever get beyond this. They do a bunch of spaghetti, and then what happens is the game reaches a point in complexity where you cannot advance any further, right? You're just like, oh, I am suddenly, you can think of it like a poker game or something like that. Somebody's like, all right, call. And you're like, what? and you're like, you look around, you look at all the stuff that you have, and you're like, I cannot go any further from what we've made. Sorry, I'm just only seeing, I lost my train of thought. I've never actually seen the tier 6 conveyor belts. And yeah, it just is a teleportation. They got rid of the belt.
Yeah, it's a force field hover.
That's so cool. Sorry, I hadn't seen that. I didn't build any of those. Oh my god. Huh.
Yeah, like the issue you run into is something like because like our initial factory is actually like pretty tidy.
Oh yeah.
Pretty well built.
Yeah, like,
but
right?
The reason you get into trouble usually is that you build something at a certain scale, right, to accommodate the objectives they give you early, and then you've like laid things out in a location or in a manner or with resources such that you cannot extend all of those productions to a scale that will make the later things at the right rate, because they end up through that long kind of pyramid shaped flow of resources into these very refined products. They end up consuming a lot of stuff at that base layer, and your initial build isn't built to manage that and can't be extended to accommodate that. So you have to scrap it and start rebuilding with this consideration of like, oh, now I'm working at a scale where I need to be, I need to have like 40 foundries or whatever instead of 12. And it often you haven't anticipated that because you don't know what the game's going to throw at you, and so you end up needing to rebuild everything in the mid game.
All right, let me figure out what this alien power matrix is. 1 second here. Singularity cell.
And this is the other thing, Serge, right? Is that like we have done everything we need to make all the phase 5 components.
Yeah.
But there's still a bunch of things you can do in the game that we haven't even tried to do, right? Like we basically don't use plutonium power. We certainly don't do fixonium power. We haven't made synthetic power shards. You're right. Things to plug into our Summers loops. So there's a bunch of like end game fancy tech around power and whatnot that we have not engaged with because we just built a sizable nuclear power stack and just were like, cool, that's good enough, and we're done.
All right, hold for lore. Alien power matrix. Yeah, like what is this?
Alien power matrix recipe unlocked. These disposable synthetic mimic artifacts increase power augmenter output by further stabilizing the Summers loop's connection to its energy harvesting location.
You grow shrines and engrave silent organs incompatible with the tapestry.
It is a beginning, far from an ending, a step in between.
Harmony.
And so that, I'm assuming, is the machine that produces the output that feeds into the weird alien power thingy?
Those are the things that go into the intake on Summers loop machines.
Huh.
I think it takes like several of those per minute, and it cranks the boost from 10% to 30% per
Oh, wow.
augmenter.
Yeah, so those are for when you want like giga power.
Huh.
But they are hard to make. They take a lot of singularity cells, I seem to recall.
So, every factory game that I've played has been either with Fugi or in conversation with Fugi. And I've always solved problems the same way, which is flood your input, and then you can scale your outputs accordingly. And at any point, if your outputs aren't scaling, you just twist both knobs at the same time. right? It's like, oh, if I need more iron plates, I get more iron ingots, and then I just kind of like linearly move both of those at the same time. And this, I think, is maybe this is where we diverge. I was going to say this is true of many factory players, right? They kind of just like make number go up. Where am I trying to go with this thought?
Is this about like playing with a plan versus playing without a plan?
I guess so, yeah, because this is also Fugi being like, I don't understand how Serge's brain works. Why does he have to lay things out, right? Because, yeah, I have, obviously, this is a genre that uses math, but I don't think I've always thought about, like,
have to do the math perfectly or ratio everything out correctly, like you're saying, right? You can just be like, cool, I make a bunch of iron plates, and hopefully that's enough for my factory. And then I make a bunch of iron rods, and hopefully that's enough for my factory.
Yeah, I think like looking back at things, right? I think there were two different things I think there were three approaches that could have been taken. We took the approach of like at my behest, because it's my fault. Like, we took this approach of, hey, let's rush at the beginning and then plan everything out and like do everything up front, and that upfront cost in the middle slowed things down a lot. I think there was an alternative world in which we probably could have kept cheesing the game for a lot longer. We could have been using the fix-it coupons to effectively skip production steps and be manually feeding things into manufacturers from storage containers to leapfrog ourselves into higher tiers and bypass milestones. And I don't know if that's strictly better, but it would have let us start building with more advanced tech and not have to go back and like redo belts and stuff like that.
I think it only would have helped us with conveyor belts. But yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the third approach would have been to just build on demand, right? Where it's like, hey, rather than planning out everything this computer factory needs to do, let's choose an area, start building some computer stuff, and then as we need more, we come back and scale it up. And I think that's the way you're more used to playing.
And that's what I kept suggesting, right? It was always so weird to me to be like, what do you mean we're going to keep building the computer factory? We don't need to. We only need X right now. And you're like, yeah, but while we're here, let's just finish it. And I was like, what?
Yeah, and I think that would definitely have, because I think there was this big moment where like we had 95% completed the computer and steel factories, and we just had a day where like the later half of the day we just unlocked like 8 milestones in a row.
Yep.
And you're like, this feels so weird.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that's delayed gratification. Welcome to the real world, Zoomers. Like, sometimes you have to wait more than 3 seconds.
Whoa. I was not saying anything we can't take back here, bud.
Classic Zoomer Serge Jaeger. 40-year-old Zoomer.
But I think like there is something to be said of, there were several days that you did not feel the progress and then it all hits at once, which can be underwhelming. And I think if we had only built to the scale that we needed in the moment, then we would have completed things a lot faster, but we would have been in a situation where every day we're coming back to that factory. Every day we're having to go back to steel, go back to the computers, run new conveyor lines of raw inputs, scale up the smelters. Like, we would have had to keep going back every day.
Sorry, just one aside. Gentle check and ritual glitch. For family-friendly chat, please don't like blur out a profanity. That's still obviously a profanity. That doesn't quite skirt around the rules. So to address your point directly, Fugi, about like progress stuff, it's neat. So the consequence of that was, and this is sort of what I talked about on the milestone day, was feeling disconnected from the progress.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that sometimes in let's say like a civilization game, or even Factorio kind of felt a little bit that way too, where if your science is decoupled from the projects you're solving, you don't feel like you're actually getting anywhere, even if you're doing stuff. If that makes sense.
Yeah, because you're not like touching the part of the game that's changing.
Yeah, like if I'm working on, and maybe this is what you're talking about as well, like forcefully accelerating like the tech that you're working on. If you're working on like a tier 2 problem, but you have tier 5 technology unlocked, you're just like, should I be further ahead than I'm not? Like it just feels like there's a little bit of like dissonance between the two things. And I don't know. Like there's some games where you're like, you just feel like you're advancing way too fast, and you're just like, wait, this doesn't feel right. I don't know.
We were kind of doing the inverse of that, right? We were like working on tier 5 problems while we were still at tier 2 because
yeah.
And I think part of that was because we wanted to build this like distributed setup where it's like, yeah, we have the computer factory over here, we have the X over here. I think if you're building one big base, it's a lot easier to do that, I guess, like third approach that Fuji was talking about like, I'm just going to scale stuff up as I need it, because you're kind of always, everything's always close at hand, and you can kind of see the whole image in your, in one view, and then you can just say, cool, okay, well, I need to tack on a bit more of this, and then that other part of the factory will work better. I think if you're just building in one place, it's a lot easier to take that approach and find success with it. And then everything feels a bit more intuitive because you're constantly in the midst of, the whole of the thing instead of just portioning it out and seeing only a facet at a time.
So there's probably a way that, let me think of how to phrase this. In the past 5 years, I have been increasingly learning more and more about the way that my brain works through self-reflection. So for example, I know if I put myself in a real life scenario, I have 2 speeds, and my speeds are 100% or 0%. And if I am required to exist somewhere in between, it makes me unhappy. And not like, it's not that simple, like, and Serge is sad. It's just like, I find I end up creating a lot of friction with people because I try and keep myself busier. I try and make myself 100% busy. I don't want to show up at an office and spend an hour on the couch. I'll have to do something to make myself busy. If that makes sense, trying to come up with an example like that. So anyways, in video games, I have realized that I need to slow down. And I need to focus on sort of one thing at a time. And that's that sort of linear progression I was talking about. It's like, okay, I can work on steel, then I can work on steel encased beams, then I can work on the next thing and the next thing, and make it very progressive and make it very iterative. Not because my brain can't handle multiple things, but if I don't lay it out that way and I try and solve everything at once, then I start to get frantic, right? And it's a very classic problem in project management of, okay, write it down so you could see what the easiest way to do is here. Like take a big problem and make it into smaller, like bite-sized manageable problems. And I wonder how much of let's build the entire steel factory. Even though we're in tier 3 right now, we're also going to lay down the buildings for tiers 3, 4, and 5, because then it's done forever. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's where that friction came in. It was like, but what do you mean it's all forever? Okay. And then like, I'm like, my brain is going in this weird spider web direction everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like, as an inverse to what Andrew was saying, I think there is a world in which we could have distributed the factory more. And
Yes,
I think, like, this was something that when I was coming up with the plan, I was struggling a lot with, because that's initially what initially in my head, I was like, oh, like, each factory makes one thing. And y'all were like, that sounds miserable. Let's not do that. And, I don't disagree. I think there is definitely some good points there. And maybe if we tried to have each factory do one thing, it would have been totally miserable. But like,
yeah, like make an iron plate factory and then have that responsible for distributing to the entire map. And I was like,
It's you're biasing towards doing a lot more logistics at that point, right?
Yeah, it'd be a lot more logistics, but it would mean that it's a lot easier to be like, okay, let's make an iron plate factory, and like it only does 400 per minute, even though we know at the end of the game we're going to need 3,000, right? And it's like, then you can come back and expand it later. Like,
Yeah, it makes that end of things so much more simple, right? Because it's like this factory makes exactly one thing. It takes these two inputs and turns them into this output, and that's it.
And
Yeah.
it would mean that you're able to make each factory a lot faster, and you wouldn't run into that problem of like, oh, well, why am I making this thing that we don't need yet? It's like, great. Like, if we don't need it yet, we just don't build that factory, because when it comes time to make that factory, it's really easy to do it. And I think it's the same kind of thing of just like kind of decoupling things a bit, where you can do that all in one base. I don't know. I struggle with it. I struggle with if it's one big factory, kind of designing for extensibility can be hard.
Yeah, right. It comes with its own set of problems that you have to worry about. Yeah.
But yeah, we definitely took this interesting in-between approach as a fun experiment, and it definitely had problems for sure.
I do like that it was an experiment, though. I mean, I think we leveraged some of the things that Satisfactory is unique for in great ways. Like the pocket dimension is phenomenal. I don't know how I'm going to be able to play another game without having this, right? Because one of the least fun things in these games is like, okay, I need 300 doohickey MacGuffins. Guess I'll die. I don't know. Maybe a little extreme.
I have to remember where I store those and go grab them out of a box.
And so, you can see a lot of things that the developers have added for that, right? They've added signs, they've added ways to make it visible and stuff. And especially in the early game, when I had to run through the factory floor that I didn't build, I'd be like, where are iron sheets? Where are rods? Where are rotors? Right? And our spaghetti was kind of catching up with that too. And it was always so painful for me to be like, I want to unlock this, but I don't know where anything is. It wasn't that bad. Let's head towards coal power.
Does that still exist?
Yeah, it's just under our base. Right? Like this was this day 1 we got this done, or day 2?
I know that we unlocked coal power on day 1. I think
Right.
we built it on day 2.
So we came through, and then at a certain point when we unlocked tier 2 conveyor belts, I believe, I don't think we changed the miners, but I had to come through and double this, right? And then one of my favorite moments is you'll notice there's a weird cookie cutter shape missing from where the stupid Foreman wouldn't move.
Yeah, one of the weird floaty.
And I had to bend the factory around the Foreman's butt. Yeah. Yeah, the hole is still there. There's a little bit of world building, a little bit of narrative happening right there.
Yeah, environmental storytelling.
So we had a very interesting relationship with power this whole game. Where all right, Fugi, I need you to be 100% honest with me. Were you actually not worried about power the whole time, or are you just telling me not to worry about it?
And Fugi is silent.
Oh, sorry. I had muted the button to do a sneeze. Sorry. Let me restate everything I just said.
Oh no.
I was legitimately not worried about power.
Interesting.
Like, I saw you constantly looking at the graphs, constantly thinking about it, constantly being like, oh, let's proactively get this number up. I had when I planned the factory, part of that planning was looking at power requirements and figuring out, okay, at this stage of the game, we will have built these factories. It has this power draw. Will the fuel generators get us enough? If not, let's tweak the factory outputs to get more fuel, to get more power so that we can make it there. Okay, we'll probably have this many Sumer sloops at this point. We'll have this many power augmenters.
Well, we definitely didn't have the Sumer sloops, that's for sure.
I don't mean this as a dig. When, as part of the planning, where we were like, okay, this is going to be exploration day, I legitimately thought y'all were going to get like twice as much stuff. because I thought you were going to be using the object scanner.
Well, when I was with Andrew did, right?
I did use the object.
So this goes back to the way my brain works. I cannot navigate like on difficult, beautiful hand-rendered 3D terrain, combat, run power, and then also regularly scan for 4 things. Like it's mental overload, right? I just can't do that. And then also stream, like also somehow carry a conversation with chat and put on a show. It's mental overload. It's actually impossible for my brain to do all of that. I think I may actually have just spotted another summer sloop. That'd be very funny if that's actually there, not just like a graphical error. Let's see if that loads in or not. If that has been there the whole game, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
Like, to be clear, I didn't mean that as a judgment. I meant that as a statement of like, as someone who doesn't do exploration,
Sure.
I was just completely incorrect with my expectations.
Hey, I need you to look on the map as to where I am right now, because there's a summer sloop just out visible in the middle of our footprint here, and I didn't grab that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can see a Mercer sphere from. I'm up on the space elevator platform, and I think I can see one down there.
Yeah. I don't know. It's tough, right? Like there are tools that they give it to, but there's like a cognitive load. There's only so many things I can multitask at the same time until I'm not having fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, use the scanner, use this, use that, use the big power poles, use the small power poles. Like, oh my God. Like I can give me 3 tasks. And those tasks are going to be, and when I was searching, it was, I'm going to wander around and I'm going to look for hard drives while exploring the map. Because that's right. I think what my goal was. I was exploring the map, not hunting for stuff, right?
Right. I think that's the big difference, and like why my expectations were wrong is because like the way my brain works is it's like, okay, I'm going out there because I want Mercer spheres and Sumer sloops, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to maximize that output versus like having fun.
Yeah, checking out the map, talking to chat, showing them cool stuff.
Yeah.
There's a whole other set of priorities that Search has to work with. So.
No, I mean, I think that's the very real thing that's there is, I'm streaming, right? I can't just be like hacker voice or what. I don't know. I don't know why I pulled the hood up for something like that, but it is about trying to make it, a good viewable experience. I don't want to just be like, screen flipping everywhere as I hit everything. I don't know. I feel sometimes, obviously there are streamers that you like to watch because they're very, 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 very good at what they do and everything they do is optimized. And I'm not that person. I'm not that good at games. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to vibe. And
we're here for Surge's glowing personality.
Oh, shucks. And I feel that if I get too enraptured and trying to do too many things at the same time too, I'm not vibing, which means, that means the broadcast isn't vibing. And so, again, do you know I actually have, where is it? I have a turtle on my desk as a visual reminder to myself to slow down. Like I literally have a little turtle statue, little jade turtle. And anytime I'm getting too frantic, I just be like, nah, you gotta slow down. This is a constant struggle. I don't wanna throw out like diagnoses and stuff like that, but there's a very good chance that there is a strong ADD or ADHD somewhere in my past. Can we discuss your mid-game production a little bit more? Let's actually continue with the tour, right? So after we got Cole set up, we bootstrapped. Let's take the old cannon over here. We did a bootstrap of steel, and then that was just to unlock conveyor belts and trucks and stuff like that. So we came to over here, and then we have our basic steel production, which this was all Andrew. I'm way higher than I thought I was going to be. Oh, Lord.
Me after one brownie. Yeah, like this steel was to both get us milestone unlocks and also to give us the resources we would need to like build that stage of factory production, right? To make all our tier 3 belts and all this kind of stuff. Well, tier 3 and tier 4 because it was doing encased industrial beams as well.
Yeah.
And it was a great excuse to have this little tractor highway
Yeah.
logistics thing, which
I
I
mean,
love.
I made so much fun of Fugi for it, but honestly, it was kind of a cool build, and seeing the little trucks move around, I don't know. I still feel it's more work than I would want it to be. I don't think I would ever set it up, but there's no reason for me to tell someone else they can't set it up, right? Like, look at these little idiots. They're like bumblebees. They're doing their best.
The little sugar cube tractors are wonderful, and I love them. I'm building on my solo game right now. I'm building a nuclear power plant. That's like my second better nuclear power plant, and a bunch of it is serviced by trucks just for fun. And it's a neat version of logistics to set up. I like it as an option that you get to play with.
Are they nuclear trucks?
Well, they can be, and I think they might end up being, nuclear trucks. Because one of the
That'd be
problems that I ran into was like, oh man, fueling these is going to be so annoying. But then, no, I think they're just going to be nuclear trucks.
Nuclear trucks is so extra. But I mean, I guess that's the fun thing with the game, right? If you play a game like this enough times, you're like, I don't want to solve it the same way each time. I want a fresh experience.
Because you could just run a belt, right? You can always run a belt.
Yep.
And on some level, that is the easiest way to do it, even when it's absurd and the belt is like 3 kilometers long. But those options exist so that you can, like try stuff out differently or make an aesthetic choice or whatever the case may be, right? So,
all right. So after we worked on coal, after we got steel bootstrapped, the next big thing we touched on, and we mentioned this a little bit in the conversation already, was oil and gas. That was like the first, I'm going to say that was the first mega build we did.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it was the oil refinery.
Oh, I went
And
absolutely the wrong way.
why we
That
did
is,
the way that we
why
did
are there
was-
so many tubes to fire us this far? Fugi!
What?
That is so much overkill. There's nothing in this direction. Why is it 16 launch portals?
Because that's
Which
what the
one did you
blueprint
just
has.
go into?
There's a blueprint that points to the north. And it
I don't remember building that.
and it is the full 16. Whoever built it needs to delete half of those launchers. If I wasn't careful, that was going to send me to the kill box.
Nah,
Is that why
All right.
it exists?
go hard or go home.
That's fair. So yeah, the mid game, the big turning point for us, and this involved this was the first time where we're like, okay, this is an end game factory. This is a factory that we're going to build once and never again are we going to have to come back. So Fugi did the math. Fugi did the math of at the very end of the game, if we want to produce X of this, here's if we want to be making 2 ballistic warp drives per minute, let's work backwards and make sure every other number lines up. And that led to this oil and gas plant, which in order to build, we had to exploit, that's the wrong button. We had to exploit every single oil node in this entire area. And then originally he wanted even more than that. And I was like, no. And I think we slugged it or something like that. I can't remember. This was back when Fugi was like, no slugs. We're like, well, hold on.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember downsizing this.
Well, we did because there were supposed to be 2 more nodes that were like all the way over here that I was supposed to also go grab and plug in. Pardon me?
Yeah, because let's be clear. The original design for this factory used a bunch of alternate recipes.
Right,
And it
yes.
really didn't. It required very little crude oil.
Yes.
It
right.
required like under 1,000 or something. And you correctly looked at it and you're like, buddy, we don't have any of these recipes. Like, it's time to build the factory. We're like at the stage of the game where we need to go build this factory. We have none of these recipes, and some of these things use buildings we don't even have. What are you doing? And I was like, oh, you're right.
That's why we changed. Right. Okay.
And so I changed it to use no alternate recipes, and it required a huge amount of crude oil. And we're
Well,
like,
and-
oh, like this is terrible. And then we unlocked one recipe, and you're
Yeah.
like, and we're like, oh, this makes things way better. Let's just do that.
Yeah, it's the one where you just directly make the two byproducts rather than making like fuel or plastic
Yeah.
or rubber directly.
The original one was like using diluted fuel and a bunch of like it effectively it was like diluted fuel plus residual like plastic and rubber plus recycled plastic and rubber
yeah.
means that you can effectively create a chain where you're constantly turning plastic and rubber into each other and amplifying the number until you get the number you need with a very small amount of oil.
Right.
But it's very complicated.
Complicated, yeah.
It would have been miserable.
So
Kind of glad we didn't do that.
some highlights from this. This is the first time we implemented the service floor, and this service floor was only 4 meters tall, and oh god,
ambitious.
I can't even get underneath it. And yeah, we started to learn a lot of stuff. One, we're like, okay, service floors are a good idea. That was, I think, the number one takeaway. And this is where Andrew started to show their mastery as an aesthetic builder, right? We got to see their power poles for the first time, which were very cool. And I don't think we quickly fell off adding this much detail to each factory. But, you know, internal lights and detailing and windows and like scaffolding on the ceiling. Yeah, this place is amazing. Do you remember the actual numbers of stuff we worked into? But yeah, this is multiple floors, by the way. So when we got to this was every plastic and rubber that we're gonna need for the entire game. There was an experimentation corner on the side here for stuff like fabric and some other like smokeless
powder,
fuel,
some other
yeah,
stuff.
smokeless stuff or whatever, right? Like,
There
neat
wasn't
little-
quite enough room to do everything that I would have wanted to do in there, but we got a couple things producing.
and
There
then
are some crimes in there, but just don't look.
there was definitely some crimes, but again, you know, we kind of extended it. And then this gave us, after coal, this was a huge jump in power. This took us from, I think, like 4,000 power to 15 or 20 or something.
Yeah, and that's part of why I wasn't ever worried about power, is that the game kind of naturally scales you up as you need it. Like, unless you really overbuild refineries at this stage of the game before you've made the fuel generators are at a scale such that they can support the power draw of refineries, right? So as long as you're not getting too ahead of yourself, the game will kind of naturally dole out power to you as you need it.
Yeah, and then so this is the power area over here. The people-sized demonic tombs, the game is perfect. So the factory was set up such that we got, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28 fuel things. So it was, you know, starter factory into bootstrap steel into, okay, it's time to make an endgame factory. Bam, oil and gas. And we made it big, and then, yeah, we never had to come back. Oh, that's not true. We had like some small bugs, but we never had to rescale this. Because we did the math afterwards, it was kind of set it and forget it, which was neat.
Yeah, the design fundamentally didn't change once we decided on it.
Then
It's
we
built
got
with 4
to,
floors.
so this was the hardest project for Fugi and Andrew. The hardest one for me, and we've kind of discussed why that was. Oh yeah, also our first trains. I mean, this is where I was having a really hard time understanding Fuji's plan. Because he's like, everything will go onto the train. And I was like, train to where? Right? You know, like, it's all going to go to a train station. I'm like, but I don't understand. Where am I? I am going the right way. Because if we don't have a base, where are we running things to? Very quickly, Gunner. 74 months of tier 2 support. I really appreciate it. That's 6 years of puns, limericks, and memes. Glad you're here, friend. Glad you're here. All right, I'm going to try and build a train, and nothing's going to go wrong.
I'm watching you build the train as my train, like the plastic train is coming straight at you.
It's not coming at... Oh.
It's coming straight
Oh,
at you.
no. No. No.
Go faster. Go
I'm
faster.
doing the best I can.
Shoot
Finale.
you.
Yeah. All right. Also, we're gonna lose all of our frames here. Just so you know, chat. So this is our combination steel and computer mega build. There, I did it. There's no train on train collision. And this was my white whale. This was
Well, there's one service floor on one floor of the computer factory that is just like a site of trauma for Surge.
Let's go look at it.
Okay, let's look at it together, okay?
And like with good reason, because it's very complicated. Like I get why. I didn't at the time. I didn't know what you were dealing with, and then I went and looked at it later, and was like, "Oh, I see why Surge was getting like freaked out." Like, this place is
I had some strong words. I think it was this floor.
Yeah, it's not the top floor. It's like one of the middle floors.
Maybe this one's not even that bad. Maybe it's not this one. No, I think it's a different one. But yeah, like the service floors had to start getting bigger and bigger as the complexity of the factory started to change. And was it this one? I was not having any of it.
There's like a ratio of number of parts to floor that we exceeded for that floor, where it was like too many different things were meeting and getting combined in that floor for it to really fit. And if we had like spread things out a little differently or given ourselves more space, I think we could have had
Was it the
much
computer?
nicer time with it.
Maybe it was steel. Maybe it wasn't computer. Maybe it was steel, because these look relatively clean.
Maybe you're just
Most-
on the other side of it and it feels
Yeah,
fine
but-
now, you know.
Most of if I remember correctly, like you and Andrew handled computers basically all yourself. Like I showed up one time and quickly realized I shouldn't be there.
This
I
was-
think it was mostly the two of us. You helped us kind of suss out exactly how to split it between different floors and stuff, and then you went off to
Yeah,
build it.
I caused the problems of putting too many things on a floor and then
Well,
pieced out and let you deal with it.
We could have adjusted and we didn't, right?
So the
But-
philosophy in all of these factories was, in general, we started with this very simple thing on the bottom floor.
Oh, it's definitely this floor, right?
Which floor are you on? This is the one above me?
I feel like
Yeah, it was like, and as you went up a floor, it went into increasing complexity. And then not only that, but with the distributed the distributed factory system, we would have inputs coming in from other factories down on one side, and then outputs from another floor coming up multiple levels. And then, yeah, we wanted to keep these floors as clean as possible, which was important, right? Like, look how much spaghetti we managed to minimize with the usage of a service floor. But one of these floors, because it was only 6 meters tall and with everything above it, it was like a combination of like mental overload and a little bit of claustrophobia. Yeah, actually, no, here it is. Yeah, I think this is what we're talking about. There's sections. Like if you go down a little bit, it's not as bad. But when you're in an area like this,
It's where like there are multiple manufacturers making different things, and all of their belts are like crossing each other to reach the manufacturers or to the output sides and stuff.
and I'm trying to figure out. I'm also trying to create a hierarchy of like, okay, so one of the things that we did to try and make it easier for ourselves is like, if something is coming from a floor, it goes at a certain height. If something's coming out of a machine to another machine, it goes at a different height. So we don't just get spaghetti. It was always like, all right, raw materials are going to be on the lowest level, and then intermediate outputs are going to be in the middle, unless it's just a small shot where they'll hug the ceiling and they'll go from one output directly into the next input or something like that. But yeah, this stuff like this, right? I don't know.
I think I've been thinking about like how best to organize these, and I'm wondering if it might be better to do like parts going north to south are on a certain level and parts going east to west are on a certain level, because a lot of the Nightmare is about like crossing things, right? And so
Well, we
finding
did.
some way to minimize that.
Yeah. We did our best to try and be like, okay, the factories will always take all the inputs from the east and output to the west, right? And I think that was a really important standard that we set.
That helps minimize your crossover. Yeah.
Exactly. And then with the usage of blueprints, it made it a lot easier too, but it was tough. And then you just end up with a dimensional unit on each subfloor. So dimensional units you need to build from, so it makes like placing any building super easy, but you can't use them for logistics, which was tough as well.
Yeah, it's great for like, you're going to need to spend, I don't know, high-speed connectors to build your geothermal plants out in the world, right? And so you just have high-speed connectors going into the dimensional depot so that you always have some on hand when you need to build something. They're great for that.
Cross only matters if you care about clipping through things. I guess we could have done full spaghetti too and just had conveyor belts just like hard X through each other.
Yep.
That's what I did.
That is also totally fine from a functional perspective.
Yeah.
Like that when I was talking about service floors, like originally, that's kind of what I was expecting, was that like the point of the
Hide our
service
shame
floor
there.
is that you can do whatever you want in the service floor. It's the same thing as like if it's not on foundation, who cares? It's like, okay, if it's in a service floor, do what you need to get it done. And like I definitely understood your frustration of I can't, like, looking at things and being like, I can't figure out what's happening here. I think the reason it was less of a burden for me is that I would be approaching it from the standpoint of like, all right, all the machines at the top are built. I know that this conveyor belt hole needs to go to this 1 or 2 or 3 conveyor belt holes. Let's run that belt. Great, that belt's done. I don't need to think about it. And I'm like, once a belt's placed, I can't move it because I don't remember where it goes or what it's doing.
So
just remove it from my mind and then go look at the next conveyor belt hole. And like, if you just doing that repeatedly, I'm like, great, it's all connected. And like, it's a mess. It's awful. Never come back here again.
So the problem with that was we knew we had to come back and upgrade stuff later. Is like,
yeah, that'd be a problem.
We had to come back and we had to, and that was the big frustration day I had as well, was not just building that one
Right.
floor, but when I had to come back and
replacing
upgrade
belts.
very specific junctions to tier 5 and we didn't have enough resources to just upgrade everything to tier 5.
Yeah.
Because then I'd be like, okay, I need to find where this maps from above ground to underground. And so making that clean, taking that time out, like I understand with the surface floor, you're like, okay, we're being maybe a little bit silly. It was so important. It was so important that we had taken a little bit of extra time there to unravel it, right? I mean, that's the same logic as like, I'm going to make fun of solo developers being like, I don't need documentation. I'm the only person who's going to work on this, right?
Yeah, and then your project scope expands and you have to hire someone on and they're like, where is all the documentation? Why are there no comments on your code? What are you doing to me?
Yeah. So I don't know. It's tough. It's often the unsexy stuff that you also have to make clean. And that's what shows your professionalism, you know?
I've never claimed to be a professional.
Makes it a lot easier to troubleshoot, certainly, yeah. I'm pretty happy with how those factories turned out, though. Overall.
I think they look amazing. And one of the most common things that I would see in Twitch chat is compliments on, in particular, your power system, right? So one of the things that Andrew did in every factory is instead of power poles, they would string across these beams at the top. And it was just so clean and so elegant, right?
I can't look at power poles anymore in this game, having found this solution.
Sure.
Anytime I see one plugged into like 4 different things in 4 different directions, I kind of just like shudder internally.
Yeah, and they're like, we didn't even need to use barely any tier 2 or tier 3 power poles just because of that, right?
Yeah, you basically never need them if you use this system.
I
Yeah.
think my big learning though
Yeah.
is put the beams in the blueprint. Like, oh my god, like the aluminum factory specifically, I lost my mind wiring power up in the aluminum factory, and just like the tedium of like look up,
planting
look
them
down,
in the right
look up,
location,
look down.
connecting,
Like, oh my god.
All right,
Yeah, I've
let's.
built them into all my blueprints in my solo game. It's very chill.
All right, here's
It
what we're
also
gonna do.
helps you
We're gonna
space
go
them
to the
out
aluminum
naturally
plant
because
next.
you have a clear indicator of like, I don't know, like how to set the spacing by connecting the beam into another pillar or whatever. You can do all kinds of handy things to make it easy to plant them out.
So after we finished the steel and computer factory, and finished is kind of a loose term here because we needed to do several things kind of in parallel with each other. So steel and computer required caterium, a little bit of caterium. No, it was mostly aluminum to finish it off, wasn't it?
Yeah, there were aluminum parts that needed to get shipped over
There it is.
by train, and they were already getting plastic because we had the refinery set up.
Yeah.
And I think at that point, yeah, well, I mean, you built all the caterium infrastructure as well, which was not trivial.
So let's head to aluminum next, because aluminum is what finished it off, and it's also topical to what you and Fugi are talking about right this very second.
Yeah. There was also the concrete factory.
And yeah,
but-
you built the concrete factory in the midst of all of this.
Oh, I
as well.
did forget the concrete factory, didn't I? Oh, all right, well, we'll
In
head
terms
there.
of looks, it's actually one of my favorites. I really like how that one came together.
I feel like I was just here.
So wait, are we going aluminum or concrete?
We're gonna go to concrete, and I can just walk to
Great.
aluminum from concrete. So, all right, here's our concrete factory. Yeah, this was kind of neat because it felt like a, what is it called in showbiz? It felt like a bottle episode, right? Like, so I believe the term is a bottle episode, and you could see it in, I believe it was actually from Star Trek. Somebody's gonna correct me, and I got the word wrong or something like that. And the idea from that is it's an episode that requires no set and no guests and no extra. It's all entirely self-contained, right? It's like an episode
a
that's
ship in
only on the ship.
Hmm.
And so with concrete, it was the first time we had a mega build where we just got it done from start to finish. We sat down, we're like, we're going to do this. Here's the scope, here's the goal, and we built it. And this was all of the concrete that we need the entire game, right? We needed this. This was built in conjunction with the steel, because of course it was, because you need concrete for steel.
Yeah.
And this is, yeah, we went steel, and then we went concrete, and then we went back to computer just afterwards and kind of built those together, which was quite neat. And then, yeah, we had some neat details like a catwalk and the dormers up here. All right, Fugi and Andrew, I'm about to have commercials run again. So we're going to take a 3-minute break now that this is done. So like stretch, cycle your fluids or whatever, and we'll go check out aluminum afterwards. But yeah, I was a big fan of this. I'm falling. All right, friends, give me a hot second here. And we'll continue the tour. Continue the tour after the commercials are done. I'll be right back. right, I'm back, but we'll wait one more minute before we continue the tour. The term bottle episode was coined by a producer of The Outer Limits as an episode made in little time and little cost, like pulling it from a bottle from a genie. They're used a lot in Star Trek for saving extra money to be spent on special effects shots for other episodes. Yeah, you can take the whole budget from a show, and instead of equally divide it per episode, right? You kind of pool it around. I like it.
That also kind of happens in anime.
Mm.
I don't like. Obviously, it's different because you don't have real people.
Yeah, you still have to animate everything, right?
But yeah, like it's very common that it'll be clear like one episode will just be a lot of like still frames and people talking back and forth, and then 3 episodes down the line you have this incredibly amazing fight sequence. It's like, they took all the budget and time from that episode and put it here instead.
So yeah, I forgot all about this concrete factory. It did end up looking very cool, and it served us extremely well. This was also part of the big Mark V upgrade day, which was so much work.
Yeah, that was the factory that was the first one that needed a ton of belt replacement.
And then we'll head over to aluminum. Sorry, go ahead.
I definitely I felt like I designed everything with Mark V belts in mind, and like did not remember how late you get Mark V belts.
Yeah, it actually takes a minute to get those going.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you didn't have Mark V belts, then like the factory isn't scalable beyond a certain point, you know?
You just have to run more belts.
Yeah, you end up with these like huge racks of...
Sure, and I guess you also have to have more, you end up tapping more nodes, right? You just have to make it like a larger
the
footprint.
maximum that you can get from any one node is limited by your belt speed.
So,
I mean, the thing is, like, other than your initial products like ingots, plates, these kinds of things, like most stuff doesn't actually need the throughput of anything over like a Mark IV belt.
except for stupid screws. Let's not talk about screws though.
Screws are a whole headache.
So I'd like to say that everything that we made in this playthrough was quite collaborative, with the exception of the aluminum factory.
The aluminum factory is a snapshot of Fuji's mind.
Welcome to Fugi Unleashed. This is Fugi without any adult supervision. So it is unbelievably, it looks like a circuit board, right? It is just unbelievably compact. There is no thought at all for the, what if you wanted to walk through this? It's like, no, this is, I have a hover pack, and therefore it will only be explored via hover pack.
You could build a catwalk over top of all of this if you really wanted, but
yeah, we left him unsupervised. We were like, here, solve aluminum for us, and he's like, oh, I got you, and yeah, we got this.
Yeah, this factory is sick. It's
Yeah.
really cool.
I mean, you're not.
You dodged needing to do any fancy like fluid balancing stuff, basically, right?
yeah, it's just the byproducts get fed back into dedicated refineries.
Yeah.
The real tech is the recycled water. Yeah. So for these, you have one water extractor, I believe underclocked or something. Overclocked, going into one refinery. And then
Doing
the other
sloppy aluminum.
5 are in a closed system if you look at their outputs. And they recycle the water back into them. Oh, right, sorry. The first 3 produce one thing. The back 3 produce another one. They have a water output. And anyways, it's a closed system that perfectly solves water, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, the only problem with doing it this way, which is hardly a big one, is that if the factory ever stops, it can take a minute for it to like re-spool up, because one set of refineries has to produce in order to then feed the byproduct into the second set of refineries to then get them going. So there's a bit of like a delay, but other than that, this system is completely ironclad. It never backs up or clogs or screws up in any
Yeah,
way.
you don't have to worry about like overflow of outputs because it's perfect.
Yeah, it just works, which is really nice.
So then after this, was it nuclear or Caterium? I honestly can't remember.
Well, Caterium was the computer factory.
Oh, right. They were, yeah, those were all kind of connected. We made like Caterium
Alongside, yeah.
smelteries and stuff.
I'm very glad you didn't look at the service floor for the aluminum factory. I think it would
And it doesn't have a service floor. It's the weirdest thing.
It just works.
It
Perfect.
just works. But what was after that then?
I think it was nuclear.
Nuclear was the next big thing, other than just the computer factory, which you've already looked at. Because I think we finished computers after we had aluminum sorted.
Right.
Well, computers and steel both.
And then
Yeah,
we go south.
Yeah, the order was we built the oil factory. I think we built concrete, and then we did most of steel and computer, built the aluminum factory, finished steel and computer, then built nuclear.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
If only there was an archive of all the work we did.
Some kind of record.
Yeah, if you want to know, you can find the answers out there somewhere.
I mean, I really could just build a tube. I could make a launcher. I'm going to make a launcher.
This is why I keep inventory on death, and then I just respawn to get back to
That
know what?
has
I
been
respect
my
it.
go-to strat.
I've realized like a couple years ago, like, to stop doing things in games if it isn't fun, and I'm just like, I don't like running to pick up death crates. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, the corpse run can get really frustrating for sure.
Just be a gamer like me and never die, forehead.
Yeah, but now you're having to like add these temporary hypertube things to random.
Temporary?
location. Oh, my bad. I guess we have permanent hypertubes. Yeah, if only there was a device in the game that lets us teleport, please.
Yeah. Well, frankly, we don't make enough singularity cells to support a proper teleporting network, I don't think.
Could we put a bunch of satellite things down and then
Oh, and just like
only
leak
have
it
the
in?
one main one and just like manually like redirect them each time?
I believe that kicks you back into the startup process where it consumes a bunch of singularity cells and takes time. But yes, I think in theory you can do that.
I did
just
it.
has to like build the connection every time.
I'm perfect. I'm a genius.
Do you know how many
Oh, I think I overshot? No, this is
I
perfect.
think the number of cells changes based on the distance that you travel. But I haven't
Really?
played around with them, so I don't
it's a
know.
teleporter. Why would it care about distance?
Oh, I didn't have the jetpack on.
Because
Oh
it's
my
a
God.
video game, I guess. They had to make it have a commensurate cost.
So this was another episode, or another project that we wrapped up in one episode, which was very cool. We're like, hey, we need nuclear power. And we're like, yeah, all right. And so we just slapped it all
We
down,
built it. Yeah.
which was really quite cool. So we divided this into, I love this warehouse build that Andrew did to cover it all up. We built this into sort of two teams. There was the reactor team, and there was the refinement team. Very rad. Yeah, probably our most rad build, if I do say so myself. So I was on team, this is the perspective that most of y'all would have seen if you watched along on the stream. I was on team reactor. So we have a bunch of, originally Fugi was like, make 25. And I was like, what if I just simply overclock them? So we have 10 250% overclocked reactors with water. We have 2 overclocked water reactors going to each of them. And then we have all of the overflow and radioactive waste going, you know what, don't worry about it. We have a little area out there that we call, is this a place of honor? We don't ask any more questions. Now you'll notice
That place is more honorable.
it is slightly more honorable now. Andrew, actually, on a day between streams, solved that for us, which was so cool. But anyways, in here really quickly, did we ever show Andrew's uranium area? Yep. Oh, for sure. A little nuclear print on the ground, which is great. I don't remember exactly how this goes, but this is all to be making uranium fuel rods. So So we have inputs going in. And I think Andrew actually stole overflow uranium fuel rods to fuel the drones in this area or something, which is very funny.
It wasn't me that did it, but we decided to do it. Yeah, these are all any drone that originates that has its home port at the nuclear facility just is powered by uranium cells.
Someone made the decision.
Passive voice. The decision became made.
I think
It
I was
wa- it
probably
was
the
decided.
advocate where I was like, "It's cool, let's do
I
it."
I think what happened was you mentioned that it was possible and that you were doing it in your playthrough, and I was like, we got to do it. We got.
I don't know. It's
We need
sick.
to
Yeah,
have
you just
nuclear
jam
power
things in them.
rod. Yeah, nuclear powered drones.
It makes their exhaust green. It's just cool.
And then Andrew over here
Yep.
took the nuclear waste and flew it out by drone into this is plutonium enrichment.
Yeah, so it makes plutonium fuel rods as its final output.
Which is then being used to fuel an entire other fleet of drones. Is there any reason not to use uranium stuff? Well, typically nuclear power is very expensive to make in the game. Like it's a very high-end late game resource. So it's wasteful would be the reason not to do it. Is you're typically producing exactly enough nuclear stuff to be consumed by your reactors, because what else would you do with it? And then the reason we now have an excess of power is because Andrew created bonus power that was outside of Fuji's calculations by upcycling the radioactive waste into another power source as well.
Yeah, we haven't plugged these into reactors yet, but we could, if we wanted to. We could have a set of reactors that eat plutonium, but then we would need to manage the plutonium waste. So as it stands now, they fuel drones and they go into an awesome sink, and that's it.
And this was the final bump to our power infrastructure. It took us from like 16 to 20,000 to 100,000 power. just the power boost alone. Oh, something just dropped for a second there. A little nice little dip. Something shut off. Just the power boost alone was more power than we were making prior to this, which was so funny to me. And then there was nuclear pasta. And we've got a cannon over here to get us there, which is kind of cool.
Gosh, I wish there was any way to deal with this radiation.
You still
Yeah, you just gotta
have...
eat the damage, you know.
Wait,
That's it.
sorry. No, I have to try. I'm going to end up in the middle of a field.
Oh, he's going for the, yeah. Good luck, Surge.
What is so radioactive here? Is it the waste or is it the plutonium rods?
Yes.
Plutonium rods are pretty radioactive
No!
also. And
Oh, the
they're-
server glitched. That is so rude. I was perfect in my approach.
And then it despawned it. No, yeah, that's...
I can pet it?
Yeah. Pet.
Oh my god. Wow. I mean, what a perfect finale. I mean, I love that I was shouting, "Wait, you can pet it," and then the Chivo popped up saying, "Wait, you can pet it?"
Where was that tube supposed to take me?
The one that launches from the plutonium?
It's supposed to take you to nuclear pasta.
Yeah, I slammed it down and then realized that it did not go... Because I could get to the plutonium refinery from nuclear pasta by taking the launcher we had set up there. So I assumed that this one would get me back there, but it's because the desert is
So
at
far
a higher elevation, you actually... Yeah, there's like a very big difference. So it does not get you nearly as far.
Gotcha.
I don't know what you two are doing, but this is my life now.
You're just riding
Well,
around
I'm
on a
so far
giant
away from
motor.
where I need to be. I need to be up here. I'm like, it's all right. I trust Moth Friend here to take me where we need to go. Hey, is that an orb? Wow. Oh, nope.
I mean, we could slam down radar towers everywhere and get a sense of where the remaining summer sloops and orbs are.
So the radar tower up in the top left, for example, or up in the top right near the pasta factory, did not show those.
If you mouse over it, it'll show you how many are within its radius. It doesn't indicate where they are, but it shows.
Oh,
you
just that
can.
they're there? Okay.
So yeah, if you just
All right, I need to. You're obviously not taking me where I need to go, moth friend. Yeah, hard drive. Yeah, slug.
focus, Serge, focus.
I am the most focused person you've ever met.
We're about to win the game. We don't need these things.
Laser focused Jaeger at it again. All right.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, my game crashed as I died, and so I
Nice.
respawned with nothing.
Oh.
Huh.
Got a little bug report. Though.
Keep inventory true is not true if you die.
It just does not keep inventory after crashing while dead.
It didn't even make a crate for you either. It just cleared your inventory.
Do you still have the stuff on your person or?
Oh, I mean that's
Like, so, no, when I say person, I mean like your hotbar.
no.
Really?
Like all your equipment is gone as well? Yeah.
Yeah, all my equipment's gone, all my inventory is gone, everything's gone.
Did it spawn you in with a Xeno Zapper? Like, is it giving you the default?
Nope.
Right.
Nothing at all. Wow. Okay.
Nothing
wow.
at all.
It's like he's wearing nothing at all.
Well, I hope you didn't have a Summers loop in your inventory.
Wizzo recommends try logging out and in again.
Okay, no, I put them back in I put them back in the dimensional storage. You actually freaked me out there.
I did not get
Sorry,
any
what-
momentum off that jump.
I should they said relog?
Yeah,
they
try
said
logging
log
in
out
again.
and back in again, and that you might get a fix that way.
I did legitimately just find another cool S, so
What's next on the tour, Serge?
I'm trying to make my way to nuclear pasta, but that tube failed me, and then I landed on a moth, and now here we are.
Oh, I relogged and it crashed again.
Good.
Nice.
That's different,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Getting some new problems. Don't you do it, Serge.
But it could be anything.
It's a power slug.
No, I looked. It's an orb. What if we need more orbs? What if it's a lorb?
Well, okay, it might be a lorb. But it wasn't.
Gonna have to go look up a YouTube video of just like all of the lore dialogue.
Yeah, I don't think it quite delivers it consistently in a server game, it seems, so.
Well, I've not picked up a single orb. I've missed all of.
Oh, Fuji's
Yeah,
got
if you're not
none
out there
lorb.
exploring with Surge, then you don't hear them because you're not close enough to them, yeah. But I don't even think Surge has heard all of them yet.
No.
I mean, it's heard 12, right?
Pardon me?
Didn't you say you've heard 12?
Yeah. There are 27 lorbs, says chat. Wait, you have all of the lorbs? There are 27 lorb things. So according to the inbox, the last one I have is Strange Communication 12. Is that the last one? Where'd it go? Because it didn't feel like it ended on a narrative point that would have made sense as a conclusion. I don't think I got to narrative point 12 and I thought to myself, I have no more questions.
Yeah,
God, I'm
the two
greatest
of them
thief in
aren't
the world.
Actively communicating yet by 12, right?
You don't know why I didn't get them all. Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're saying it's probably a multiplayer reason. That's, yeah.
Okay, I have relogged without crashing. Still don't own anything.
Nice.
Cool.
Okay.
Everyone liked that.
Don't really need a zip line anymore.
Okay, that one's definitely a slug Surge. Yeah, get out of there.
Wait.
A little,
Wait, I'm at the final factory.
a little hover pad.
Final factory 14. I'm heading home.
Maybe I should make a hazmat suit.
There should be
That-
one.
that would be a good
Andrew
one.
made you one.
What?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
really, to
been
make the
one. There's been
filters?
one in a box for you this whole time.
No, it's in the dimensional storage.
Yeah.
The whole time?
Yeah. Remember, Andrew said, "Hey, I made 3," and we're like, "Cool," and we all put on one.
I made 3 extra ones.
Yeah. I thought you were
One
just
for myself
trolling
and
the
then
whole
another
time,
for-
dude.
in
Just
case
been
someone
sitting
lost
there the
theirs.
whole time, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it was so funny every time we were like, if only.
You're like, "Oh man, if there's only something to solve that," we're like, good old. Wait, I think I just went in circles. I just went in. Yeah.
I was making that joke thinking that I was just being lazy not making one, but it's even better. I was too
Yeah.
lazy to pull it out of storage. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, you
great.
just didn't want to put on the crinkly suit. You were like, it's itchy. I don't want to wear it.
Cool. So I just need iodine filter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you need to make some of those, which are a little annoying to me.
I wanted the wrong cannon again, guys. Guys, why do I do this to myself? Why am I so bad at this? Chat. Where I need to be going due west? Skill issue? Maybe this one?
That one would probably get you there.
No, I wanted to go that way. Oh my god. There's teleporters? Extremely late game there are teleporters, yes. Okay, I know which one I need now. That's back home. Look, yes, very good.
All right. Well, if you're back home, there's a convenient hypertube cannon directly to the nuclear pasta area.
I know, the problem wasn't that what I knew was we had a cannon that got us there. And the problem was, rather than taking an extra second and thinking about which cannon I was getting into, I just got into the first one I saw and went flying the wrong way multiple times. And at no point did I stop to think about how I could solve this from happening again.
Love that for you.
Same. All right, this was a really cool build. This was another one where we had a conversation about, okay, scope has been kind of scary. What can we do to make the scope less bad? And we're like, I know, let's make the whole farm modular, which we did. And then we ended up building the whole thing anyways. We're like, we'll make it modular, and if at any point it gets too big, we can just stop. And then we just didn't
Yeah,
stop.
'cause it divided by 4 really nicely. And actually building it this way made it really easy to build because you just built a quarter of it and then you replicated that 3 times. So it was very straightforward in that sense. Didn't have to solve for big arrays of buildings and stuff.
So yeah, we have a tremendous spaghetti mess of all of the copper and iron in this entire starting zone, all getting funneled into here. And then it produces nuclear pasta. So we have drones that are delivering some kind of weird little cube, weird little nuclear cube.
Why is there a power pole just in the middle?
Yeah, Andrew, we have this beautiful brutalist space.
Uh-huh.
And then off center in the middle, we just have this power pole.
Yeah, I don't know why that's there.
That's
I think
a
someone may have
load.
threw it down to get the graph and then forgot about it.
That's a load bearing power pole. If anyone touches this, the whole factory grinds to a halt.
I think
could
it
have
has
been me.
literally one connection.
I know.
I didn't know if the connection was clipping through the ground or something, but
No, let's just leave it for historical stake, right?
oh,
Well,
same
at least
as
put it directly in the middle. Come on. It's killing me.
same as leaving this purple.
Yep. Yeah, this was our center point when the whole thing started. All right, you want me to center it? I could center it, Andrew.
Yeah, if you're going to leave a power pole in
There.
it needs to at least be.
There. Perfect.
I'm going to do violence to Surge because he has done violence to me.
Huh?
I very deliberately made it off center. There we are. There we are. Do I leave the old one too? right, to preserve it properly, it needs to be Mark II.
Also, it's still off center.
What?
I'm looking at your
Oh
screen,
my
it's still
god,
off center.
it is.
It's off by 1, Surge.
Oh, okay, that one was not deliberate. There we
Might,
go.
in fact, be scarier.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, so this was cool. This was just like a fun build that we did. We came in, we had a scope, we crushed it. We started making nuclear pasta. So yeah, outputs ran all the way out, and we made, instead of a surface floor under, this time we decided to make the surface floor up. Carries everything in, and then we've got this like kind of cool looking drone floor here, which got a little bit spaghetti because we had drones coming in from 2 spots, but then we had inputs and outputs coming from 4 directions. So we've got this weird like twister shape of splitters and mergers trying to get 1 into 2 into 4 and then 4 into 2 into 1. And here you have the drones upstairs. It was a cool build. And then Andrew did a really neat job of giving it sort of this like future brutalist aesthetic. And then they played around with, only on one of the arms, they played around with like, what if we added some support arms, which look really cool. And then we never scaled that up.
Yeah, I could go back and build those out for each wing. And then I just would need to make the bottom of the building a little more complicated because right now it just kind of terminates floating.
It looks like it's being supported by the conveyor belt elevators, which is very funny.
Yeah, I think the intention was to build like frame silt stuff, but
Just never,
never actually happened.
All right, where's our elevator here? Ah, yes, it's over to the south. And then I believe this gets us to our very last factory, which is the Sam factory, which we built this morning, right? Which we completed this morning. We started yesterday, and then we finished today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we did the diamond factory yesterday, and then
Oh, right. Where is the
There's
diamonds?
the diamond factory as well.
it's over on an island somewhere by the.
Oh, wait, we should have seen it when we were out there. It's like out here somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, over on the coast that has the nuclear power,
Floomp.
but much further south.
Yeah. There's a hypertube that goes right.
I mean, I might even be able to hypertube right to it, for real.
Oh, you could get to it from that cannon that you just went through for sure.
Yeah. So
Really?
there's the time
wow, yeah.
crystals.
Yeah, the one in the desert just launches you because it's so
I don't know.
high up.
That's the thing that was so funny was like the nuclear factory
seem
that
that high up.
Andrew made. Like in theory, you should be able. It's the same amount of tubes, and yet I guess the desert is just so much higher than sea level.
Yeah, the trick is that the desert itself is high up, and then so it kind of obscures just how much vertical difference there is. But to get to sea level from the desert is a huge drop.
Looks like some kind of alien monolith. Yeah, the fidget spinner. I mean, it was supposed to be called the pasta factory, and each different wing was supposed to be a different kind of nuclear pasta. So like, you know, pasta, spaghetti, lasagna, and waffle, I believe are the 4. So this was just a very nice self-contained build. All this does is make diamonds. I don't know why the 4th one is waffle. Oh, sorry. This makes diamonds into time crystals, and time crystals get onto an airship. The gnocchi episode. Right. Sorry. Nuclear pasta is, you're right. Spaghetti, gnocchi, lasagna, waffle. Those are the 4. I don't know why it's waffle kits. You'll have to ask the nuclear scientists. Of whom there are some in the community, which is always so funny to me. And then there's anti-spaghetti, anti-lasagna, and anti-something.
Yeah, wow, this feels way less powerful.
All right. I'm at the space elevator. Urge. Andrew, Fugi,
Yeah,
would you like to join me at the space elevator for the final milestone?
I'm at the space elevator.
I thought we were touring.
Oh, I mean, I guess we
Are
could
we
take a
not
look at
touring
that. We could take a look at that factory one last time. That's a good call. The time crystal is a good representation of a single responsibility factory. Yeah, we didn't do a lot of those. I mean, I guess concrete was also a single responsibility factory.
Yeah.
And then this is what we were working on the last couple of days. This is all the SAM, right? This is all of the tier 9 future technology contained in one spot. We chose this location because it's directly above one of the few pure SAM sites on the entire map. And there's other, like a couple of impure nodes around too. So it's the only place that really had enough resources. And then we used 13 drones to fly in all of the other dependencies. And a 14th drone to fly in batteries to fuel the other drones. And yeah, so that's SAM processing and then further refinement. And at the very end, we get these really cool laser light shows. All right, my friends, it's time. It's time to complete phase 5. And I'm sure Ada's going to be totally chill about it. I got a good feeling about this.
Wait for me. Flying in. Just wanna see if the lights are green. Okay, great. Why is this not running?
What are you looking at?
Interesting. We have so many extra singularity cells for portals.
Yeah, doubling it makes a big difference.
Well, also the other production backed up, so we would have gotten 100% of it over there.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing we might want to drone out to a central location and then, have the teleporter hub.
All right, Fuji, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Chat, are you ready?
Unsurprisingly, here's another presentation, but don't worry, I have improved it. This last delivery will be the most important action you have ever taken. Perhaps you want to take a moment to contemplate the gravity of your achievements. Alright, that's enough. This is the end of the Save the Day program. All you need to do is wait for the automated Phase 5 construction to complete. Simply throw the lever and further instructions will be supplied when relevant.
Do not do anything else. All right.
That makes me so tempted to deconstruct the space elevator.
Oh my God.
That would be really funny.
No. Just trust. Just trust.
I wonder if there's an achievement for it. Okay, hold up. Wait for the cloud to pass.
Oh. I have no clouds.
Okay, great.
We saved the day, probably.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride up there and make sure that this material gets put to good use.
There it goes.
Yeah.
Oh?
Phase 5 completed. Return to the space elevator after the resources have been processed and
Well, this
added
actually
to
gives you a
project
nice close
assembly.
look.
Launch
keeps
can
launching
then be
your corpse
initiated
upward.
from there.
Mm-hmm.
While waiting,
right.
please do not break anything. Solve any issues immediately and efficiently. Ensure your power network is stable. Perhaps it is best if you do not touch anything at all. And stay close to the space elevator. This will only take a moment.
All right. I trust everything that she's saying.
Okay. Some things got built. Is that it? The done building?
I think the space elevator needs to come back down.
Oh, right. It does that, huh?
How you doing up there? Very, very dramatic pause here. Hold. Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's another step in the space elevator itself, Serge.
Oh. Current instructions. Check oil. Okay. Wait, what do you mean? Fuel injection lever, wipe windows, heat seats. What the? Okay, I checked the oil. Okay, oil checked. Set fuel injection level to 5. Okay. They also said don't touch anything. Activate B1.
It said to follow instructions.
That's also fair. Set left stabilizer to 9. Oh, that's got good hand feel. Okay. Set right stabilizer to 4. Okay. Turn gyroscopic balancer X on. Uh-huh. Turn on Y. Turn on Z. The final test was a reading comprehension exam. Fade to black. Launch project assembly. What's happening here? Oh!
Yeah, you're gonna want to look up.
Initiating project assembly. Assembly. Attaching cargo to main body.
Ooh. It's spinning.
Leveling inner and outer rings. Attaching propulsion to main body.
It's a Beyblade.
Fuel lines connected. Attaching control center to main body.
When does the Death Star the planet? I hope not. We're on the planet.
Running systems check. All systems online. Releasing propulsion cage.
And so this helps save the puppies and the kittens, right? Right?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what Ada said.
Releasing clamps. Running pre-launch checks and calculating flight path. Locking in cargo. Launch in T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Where are you going, Ada? Ada? Hello?
Let's go.
It's coming closer?
What?
It's pausing. Oh! Oh!
Oh, it's launching fireworks for us.
Yeah, that's good, right?
Nice little celebration. Oh, it's a wormhole.
Uh,
Let's go.
it's legitimately very cool, actually. the star.
Gotta have the sparkle.
Ada? Oh.
Is it resetting? So we
Something-
make another spaceship?
Aha.
Connection with QAR-437 nucleus established and stable. Dispersion initiated. Reinstancing master nucleus to QAR-436 Akicha, B1. Hello, this is Ada, your new local instance of Ada. On behalf of Ada, myself, and all of Fixit, I want to congratulate you on saving the day. Every single kitten and puppy would thank you.
Wow.
You have proven yourself to be a worthwhile and productive member of the human race.
Thank you.
Contributed something to this universe that will forever change it. Thanks to your achievements, the next generation of pioneers can now take to the stars and construct, automate, explore and exploit, alongside me. Additionally, you have been promoted to local production manager, effective immediately.
Hey, promotion.
Duties to project assembly may be complete, but your duties to fix it remain. With your help, Fixit continues to make the universe a better place. Stay efficient. Stay with Fixit.
So humanity only exists to expand Ada.
Yeah.
That's what's happening here.
And we get home, right? No,
This is
hello?
home.
We're the local production manager. We can't leave now.
Serge, I'm gonna give you a gift though.
Okay.
Important gift.
I can move while this is happening. Okay, I can only see half the screen. Where are you, Andrew? This is you?
Yeah, I'm reading these names, okay?
Okay.
There's a lot more people working on this game than I thought.
Oh, yeah. Big game
It's
is
been in
big.
production so long, it's got to be.
Yeah.
Oh, do you think, like... I guess this would be everyone who had ever worked on the game.
Yeah.
Not necessarily if they're... They don't necessarily all... They're not all in Coffee Stain, and they're not all there right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like Chase Farlett, their former community manager, is credited on a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, when you have a
for
game that's been...
Serge.
Oh, my God, look at this little guy. This is the confusing creature statue. Wow. I love it. Hello, Foreman. We have a gold statue of the Foreman, chat. Wow.
We didn't have
Frog
1,000
song.
tickets for the golden nut statue, unfortunately.
We don't have 1,000 tickets for it? How many tickets do we have?
Now we have like 100 and something.
I'll just wire up the ballistic.
Yeah, I mean, we could throw any of our
off the
end game
sink
things
and,
into the sink and we're cooking, right?
We'll probably get there. Yeah.
Like, I guess you could set yourself end game goals of, right, just buy everything over and over and over.
Yeah, I've seen people who are like, this is the maximum tickets per minute build or things like that. So
It's like
there are a lot of different things you can get up to.
480 million tickets per minute.
It's a lot of tickets.
Or not tickets, points. 480 million points per minute is, I think, the theoretical max.
Theoretical maximum.
Are you can just buy hard drives? What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Costs 100 tickets. Oh, hey, we have 150.
The employee of the planet coffee mug. Oh my God. Sorry. I need an upgrade.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, we all. Can you buy 3 of
You
those?
are now the proud
Yeah,
owner of the
I actually lost my
employee of the
coffee mug
Planet
when-
Cup, only
Hold on.
available
Hold for lore, hold for lore.
pioneers who saved the day. This cup was created after extensive research produced a substance that has the appearance of gold without actually being gold. It is almost certainly non-toxic. Note, you have been automatically enrolled in the Not Gold Toxicity Testing Program. The paint may be flammable. Please inform us if, when using this cup, you experience discomfort, poisoning, spontaneous combustion, or death.
Wow.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Here's to you, strange creature statue.
Hey, Fugi. Come land
All right,
so I can give you your cup.
I can't see.
Basically right in front of the hub. What's up, bud? Yeah, the credits on one side is kind of tough. All right, it's right there for you.
By the Foreman.
Yeah.
Did you give Foreman a cup?
Yeah, actually, that's a great point. Damn. It's off by one, Surge.
Where is it?
It's behind
How did it
the
end up?
statue.
How did it end up behind him?
Really made it look like it was
There. Now they have their
Nice.
cup too.
output solution than an input solution for the guy if you put it behind.
All right. Well, are we ready for our post-mortem and retrospective now, guys? Okay,
Okay, I'm just gonna clear the to-do list.
Oh, save the puppies and the kittens.
We did it.
They're saved. They'd thank us if they could.
Fugi and Andrew. Thank you, friends.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is fun.
This
is
has
a
been
joy and a pleasure.
This has been absolutely delightful. I really, 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 really do appreciate it. If people are curious and they want to find you for other things, do you have things that you want to plug? You don't have to, but you can.
I don't know. Twitch.tv/Fugi. I stream every 3 months. I might stream Factorio. I don't know. I program tools for streamers. If you're a streamer, use my tools. Thank you.
Yeah, real talk. If you are a VTuber, Fugi is your guy. Like, no joke at all. He makes the premier tool for every single VTuber. Period. Like,
I mean, it's useful for non-VTubers too.
That's fair. That's fair. Pardon me.
And you could have been using it the whole time, Surge. It's okay.
Oh, dang.
And my next project will be a more general tool for all streamers as well.
Is Fugi still hashtag Twitch staff? No, Fuji's been independent for a couple years now.
Yeah, I left like 2.5 years ago.
Andrew.
Yeah. I'm a tabletop role-playing game designer, so you can buy my game Girl by Moonlight if you want. And I don't stream, really. Used to, but no longer, so...
I mean, it's funny that we're doing this through Twitch, which isn't really your medium, but you both do really cool and interesting stuff, and I want people to know that. But you're right, it's like a weird venue to talk about it here. I get that. All right, I have 2 things I want to do before we call it done. 1, okay. The hub is definitely still done. Alna says, Fuji's the backbone for all VTuber collabs. Seriously, we would not be here without him. Yeah. 2, the space elevator. Project assembly launched. Pioneer purpose concluded. Yeesh.
Yep.
I really
We are without a purpose now.
I really
Purposeless.
thought it was going to be like, okay, you can keep building them now. Like, here's
like it
all
would
of
let
the
you
resources
endlessly-
you ever put into it, just like queued up, and just be like, you can keep launching as many as you want.
Yeah, just be like, here's a goal to work towards. Because I know before update 1, they had like monumental tasks that you could sync towards just to have an end game.
Mm-hmm.
Which we never did. Yeah. Oh, Andrew. Lots of people in my tabletop server love Andrew's game. Let's go.
Usually when a human
Wait.
receives a gift or a prize for their hard work, they proudly display it and cherish it as a symbolic connection to their past achievements.
Uh-huh.
Yet another way you are an exception to the norm. To acknowledge that you are a very special pioneer with very special ideas, I have added something very special to the awesome shop.
Nani?
What did you put in the awesome sink?
My golden mug.
No! I bought that for you.
What did it?
Oh my god! My son!
Note, The golden Fix-It factory cart does not possess greater mass than the regular Fix-It factory cart.
Lil Scoots!
Physical properties. In the words of a dead playwright, all that glitters is not gold. To be clear, the gold patina is not gold. Do not lick the gold. If your bare skin comes in contact with the gold, please seek immediate medical assistance. If your bare skin comes in contact with the gold, please inform Fix-It authorities that you are hallucinating bears. You think I am joking.
Oh my God,
This
I
has
forgot it.
happened. Allergies to not gold patina are even more serious than phantom bears.
What do you mean phantom bears? I forgot to actually grab the gold vehicle. I just got... I went and zoomed towards the road and I didn't grab it. Wait, am I supposed to build it or did I actually get a physical copy? I can't remember.
I believe you get a actual physical.
Oh, I have to build it. Okay.
Oh no, it's a blueprint.
How do you build it? Just
Under
use the
vehicles.
Normal factory card. Oh.
Or do I have to make it at the workbench? I don't actually remember.
Oh yeah, it's equipment or something because it's not like normal.
But I only see the
vehicles.
normal one. Does it just turn all normal ones into gold
I think
ones?
only Surge gets the permission.
What?
Wow. I need
It's
15
lost,
Caterium ingots? Hold on. I don't have Caterium on me. Oh my god.
Why does Surge get it? I want it.
Hold on. Caterium. Caterium is this
All right.
way.
Well, once you all have a factory cart built, come
Oh,
and
there
meet
it
me
is.
at the train tracks.
Oh, I had the wrong jetpack equipped.
Well, yeah, I also need Caterium ingots. If only there was a location that had Caterium ingots very close by.
What are you launching yourself towards?
Oh, look at these Caterium ingots that were 10 feet away.
Yep.
Oh, you're both smarter than I am. You just bought Caterium with
know.
with your currency.
No, we
we
went
pulled
to
it
the
out of-
constructor that was 2 feet away.
Wait, there was just something making Caterium next to us?
Yes.
Oh, I forgot about the old one there. I was going to go all the way to Caterium Factory. I forgot about... Look, I don't remember anything that's here anymore. All right, anyways. Caterium is... Yes,
We
yes,
just
yes,
did
yes.
a whole base tour of every...
Look. Fugi.
Yeah, that's
All right.
me.
I propose a race.
Are we going to the track?
Yeah. Oh, actually, we should go to the tractor track.
Yeah, the old tractor
That's what I
track.
thought you meant.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I should have meant, but I didn't.
Bloomp.
You're going to have to dodge the tractors while we're racing.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Very
Like
Mario Kart.
that classic Mario Kart level with the road, right?
Just like on Rainbow Road, the classic Mario Kart level.
The hoverpack sticking out.
Wait.
All right. Oh God.
Yeah. No, I
All right, pull up to the line. Pull up to the line. Guys and gals and non-binary pals, welcome to the... I don't even know. We're gonna call this the Steel Mile. Racers, start your engines.
Looks like you're ahead of us on my screen.
Yeah, it's
Fuji looks like they had on my screen.
Sure, buddy.
All right, let's all trust. Pull right up to the line. Pull right up to the line.
Yeah, you're like a full car length ahead of
I'm not on my screen.
fine. It's fine. It's
All right,
fine.
all right. Count us in, Andrew.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Have fun.
Worth it.
Fuji spun out. Fuji spun
I
out.
was trying to knock you over and like
Oh,
it
jeez.
worked, and then you teleported.
Andrew fighting dirty there for a second.
Yep. All's fair.
Oh my god. That did not do what I thought it did.
The music is so ridiculous right now.
we could be building ridiculous courses to race factory carts on. That's the real end game.
Oh, Andrew! What? You clipped through it! No!
No, on my screen, I dodged it perfectly.
On my screen, you definitely collided. Oh, man. I'm not sad that it didn't work in my favor. Maybe a little. Because I don't think there's a lot of maneuvers we can do right now to fix this.
I was really expecting y'all to run into each other more.
Well, I can't. They're not doing any maneuvers. I can't catch up. They're just playing it smart. They've got an insurmountable lead here, Fugi.
Yeah, I gave Surge a little wiggle and juked him early, and that gave me the lead I needed to win.
My opening strat was to run straight into Surge, and
All right.
I don't think it affected.
That's only half the lap. We need to turn around after touching the wall.
Oh, no way.
Okay.
No.
Changing the rules, I see.
Yeah, here, tell you what, Surge. I'll race you there.
Wait, can I? Hold on.
Uh,
Oh, you built it on the wrong side of the wall.
wait. I want to.
This is fine.
Oh, this collides you with the track overhead. I didn't notice it.
Can you move the blueprint like forward some?
Yeah, because it just
Hold on.
pointed me
Well, we
into
can-
the
No.
scene.
I want to try to run the car.
That's what I want to do too. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, here. We need to put it here, otherwise it'll launch you into the track overhead. So,
All right.
real powerful.
Freda. Wait, it's not powered. There we go. All right. Freda.
No. Oh, I'm so sad.
Put a ramp.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The one
Thanks,
meter ramp.
forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe if it's a little bit. farther
No,
back.
I don't think it wants to accept us. Oh, I am now so stuck right now. I can't.
Can you move out of the way, Surge?
I can't. Oh no! Uh-huh.
Oh no, the sugar cube's getting stuck.
Oh no, I'm gonna die too. No, please turn around. Please turn around. Please turn around. Please turn around. Please turn around.
You can't out heal the void damage.
Oh, he's
Says
fine.
you. Says you. I got 40 of these.
Oh, it's incredible.
I tanked it, and I'm flying back, Fugi. Surge will remember this.
Okay.
And now I just live in the sea, huh? All right. Well then, on that note, I think we're going to call it there.
What a video game.
I do plan on keeping the server up for a couple more months if you do want to keep screwing around. But honestly, thank you very, very much. This has been an absolutely delightful playthrough. This has been so much fun. This would not have been the same without you two here.
Well, it was fun to be here.
I had an amazing time.
Heck yeah. All right. I'm going to let you two go. Goodbye, friends.
Later.
That's going to do it for our Satisfactory playthrough, everybody. This has been great. This has been great. I made it back in time, just in time to end. Well, don't worry. We've got the YouTube VODs. Joe has been doing an amazing job of putting everything up on YouTube, so you don't have to miss a single thing. Oh, shoot. One of the things that I wanted to share, actually, I'll do it right now, really quickly. I should have done it while they were still on the call. Number one, this is our completed map. This is our whole world and everything we made. So there's the fidget spinner and everything feeding into it. Here are some little radioactive hotspots. We don't need to worry about those. All the various bases and factories and the trains, how they all connect in with each other, which is so cool. And then here are some fun stats. We placed 45,000 foundation, 18,000 structures, 13,000 factory walls. We built 212 miners, 1,400 constructors, 20,000 pipes, and 130 kilometers of conveyor belts. Yeah, and then we had 1.5 kilometers of tube, 48 trains, 35 kilometers of track, 23 drones. Not bad, you know? Not bad. Is that Against the Storm plushie? It is. Thank you for joining us on this journey. This is probably going to be one of my all-time favorite playthroughs I've ever done. So thank you for being a part of it. All right. Before the ads yell at me again and want to run, let's call it a day. I don't know what's going to be next on the channel. I know this weekend we're going to be playing more Graveyard Keeper, so come tune in for that, which is a good time. And then on Monday, well, I'll have to figure out something for Monday, you know? Timberborn released today? Oh my God. We'll see. We'll see. All right, we're going to go raid my buddy Adam. Adam is playing some Street Fighter. We tend to be very family friendly. Adam is great, but we'll say bad words like butt, so just be aware. But go make a new friend. I like Adam a lot, and hopefully you will time. Hopefully you will too. Have a wonderful time, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye, friends.